Very jank. BOXMAN TANO and the quest for the VIP pass. It's so close, I can taste it. I'm certain it tastes terrible like a Switch game. You're already here? That's actually kind of impressive. How you doing, Hwailaluta? I was a little bit late, but not terribly late. Oh, it takes me right into the fight. Alright, we're not wasting any time. Might need to turn up the audio for me, because I can barely hear the groovy track. What's up, Groovy Gadget? This first one's a practice run. Never mind, I can hear. Just took a minute to warm up. Nope. Oh, that's barely gonna hit. Gotta wait on the lasers. There's lasers running through my mind. Nope, that was bad. It's what we're gonna be doing, Daizo, for a bit. Been Earthbound? Nice. The infamous Halloween hack or something else? I don't think I've even heard of there being other Earthbound hacks when I think about it. But it's not something I keep good track of. Not one of my favorite games. I know a lot of people love it. Oh, no! That was the wrong thing to do. Something else? Fair enough. It's a little bit of time to get warmed back up. You get back into snake wrangling. There we go. Coin was free. Really now. Well, on the bright side... I was about to say on the bright side lag is helping me out, but no, it did not. That was not the plan. Wiggles forth. I want to be in the air. Kill that immediately. Well, they don't need too much assistance from here. But yeah, you can do it. I believe in me. Mostly believe in me. You need a few warm-up ones. Let's go with that. But it's still got to be better than fighting Frogman. I don't remember what the Frogman's name was. Certainly has a specific name, but it's not coming to mind. See, now that just looked good. All snazzy and fancy jumping. Summon the Goomba. Remember, beyond letting the Goomba hurt me, there's no downside to waiting around a little bit. Death Scream on the boss extremely loud. You know, I appreciate that warning. It'll probably be kind of quiet for me, but it might be loud on stream. Because usually I'm running things really low, because I'm using speakers, and I have this open microphone next to them. So it's not exactly a great setup for this kind of thing. So I generally just keep the audio on pretty low. That spot right there is a really scary spot in terms of wrangling Snake. Alright, let's see how long I can keep this on screen. More mushrooms for me. I want to see if coins will end up clearing the other mushrooms. It's currently like in two big clusters. This is not too bad. Actually, I don't think... Oh, never mind. This is the part where he summons the snake. Now we're lagging. Beautiful. 3 mushrooms! This is getting silly, and probably going to get erased when we get back around to the, Ow. Well, that was terrible timing. Absolutely terrible timing. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a hit there. Oh, man, he stopped moving. There we go. Another hit. This is probably something like PB. He's up there now. Oh, I didn't see it coming. Guess I don't really need that now. Oh, this is a different phase. I just realized. So he's just go. They don't die. Okay, I thought they might despawn when going through there. Bear cop. Oh, that's a regular mushroom. Okay. Need to watch the top of the screen really carefully. Oh, hello. What? No. Banoran used body press. It's probably effective. I don't know what type BOXMAN is, but it's probably effective. He's probably normal. He seems like a normal type. Kind of the type you give a Pokemon when you just don't really care that much. I always thought Snorlax being normal was a bit of a cruel thing. Is he taking damage over time? Is that what's going on here? Because I definitely am not hurting him. Okay, we'll keep it on screen. This would be a ghost type if the... Aw, the timing. Okay, I assume now that he's red, he wants to hurt me. And actually will hurt me. If I touch him. So he's entered his DVD logo phase. But now I can hurt him. You know, if I can hit the DVD... Oh. Really? I was... No. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. This fight, it is not over. Tano scene. Oh. What? He's just gonna, like, kill me instantly, isn't he? I haven't actually caught up on chat since I read Daizo's last message by Daizo. Oh, homing thwomp. Huh? Yeah, I expected that part to take longer. I don't know, is there a... I don't know if there's a checkpoint, but there isn't. I guess I'm kind of okay with it. Dio orb. Diorb. Okay. Well... Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That was stupid. Well, I did find what I believe to be cheese for this sort of thing, assuming he works exactly the same way as Bowser, and that does seem likely. At the same time, I feel like that's just a little bit anticlimactic. Also because there's not... Oh, hello. This is different. This is very different. Okay. Alright. Oh, why did I jump into that? Tracking flames. Not sure I like these. I'm not making my life any better here. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, that's impossible. It's glued to my hand. Well played. It was worth a shot. I was gonna try to chuck it, but no, it clearly is not chuckable. I was thinking if I threw it up in the air, it would shoot for a little bit longer. And I could do that, but no, this is just how it's gonna have to be. Oh, yeah, one of those. I missed that. That's what I get for not... No, I don't want to pin it. Give me better options. There you go. Dio Banoran. Not through the gun. Face is the only part you can damage. You thought of that? Yeah. Fair enough. Oh, hey, I do get a checkpoint. Okay. Well, this may change how I do things in the vaguely near future. I appreciate this checkpoint. It makes sense. Dio's face is the only part where he's weak to. Or, wait, no. I guess it was solar waves, I think is what he's weak to. Come on, energy. It's been a long time since I've read any JoJo. Like, I could survive indefinitely down there, which is nice. Like, this is just diligence. I just need to stop being... I just need to not be stupid and jump into the flame. And sometimes hit his feet. But at least I can read chat down here. 50%, my... If I was 50%, my face would be weak point. What would be said face do? True. In part 3, to defeat Dio, you was to use the same ability as him. Well, yeah, the other thing, but I'm pretty sure there was some complications with, what is his name? The second guy, and his son managing powers and whatnot. I don't think many people watched that particular arc. Oh, hello. We moving. Oh, we have moved. What, not moving. So yeah, what I would say about the last phase of the prior stage of the boss was that you guys front-loaded all the difficulty. Like, the first two phases were really hard, and the other ones weren't nearly as difficult. Part of that, I think, was the mushroom wrangling. I got lucky with that, but still. I'm very good at dodging thwomps. I've seen the thwomp ASM many a year. Oh, I also did notice the background is becoming less creamy over time. I need to stop doing that. Of course, the knowledge that I get another hit back if I get to the next phase does help me. In terms of what I want to do here. No. Also, it's part of the anime, you know, of Geo. Yeah, okay. Demoralizing to have a boss be harder later. Yeah, especially with there's no checkpoints. So I appreciate the sorting there. Yeah, I stopped partway through the one with what's his name, the illegitimate son, and when they stopped trying to name things after tarot cards, and they're all just rock bands. I forget what his stand was. I should remember. It's the one that lets him be incredibly precise. Or, no, put things back together? You'd think I'd remember this, but no. Needless to say, I got all the way through Dio's arc. All of the Dio arcs. Okay, cool. Just notice the fireball reverses when you get hit, which I think is funny. Terrible time to get hit, but I guess there's no good time to get hit, is there? Interesting. I don't need to jump. Diamond Unbreakable? That sounds right. I never got to the point where I found out what the actual villain was. Like, there was this bow that they were shooting people with, and it would kill them, but sometimes it would give them stands, so it was okay. And his friend ends up with the ridiculous, like, chameleon, like, lizard-looking thing stand, and then there's, like, the guy who's a chef who has a stand that lets him make really healthy food, which was kind of ridiculous. But he wasn't actually a danger to anybody because he just was using it to make food. Oh, hey, who knows? I didn't watch enough of the later arc to know. Just need to not get greedy. Actually, no, it probably doesn't matter about getting greedy here or not. I'm gonna guess I don't get to stack my mushrooms. I get embiggened, and that's it. So it probably doesn't matter so much. Well, still shouldn't try to take damage. Clearly that was on purpose. Can I hit him in the face from here? Yes. Yes, I can. I kind of wonder if the very... Okay, never mind, actually. Given how he's doing this, will he always go for the lower hit? Yeah, he's always going to go for the lower one eventually. So my idea is bad. That's really what it comes down to. My idea is bad, and I should feel bad. Ridiculous. Just embraced it, yes. I mean, basically, it is ridiculous. And the posing is ridiculous. The character names are ridiculous. Even from the beginning, the character names are ridiculous. I, the interfering Speedwagon, etc. Like, I like Ario Speedwagon as much as the next guy, but yes, that's silly. I like the Darby fight. That was a good one. in the first set of arcs. I'm just wondering if I'd come in not tired like yesterday, like taking a break. It would have worked out. Oh well. Oh, okay. Wait, does it set now? Yes, okay, it's 3 set positions. I think. No, it's not. It moves a bit. It's weird. Okay, he has to tell when he's gonna go. He has to tell when that's gonna go. Like, I think as long as I pay attention, I should be able to do this. It's on a separate timer than the thing, yes. The Speedwagon Foundation is a better name, honestly. It's not as bad. But the guy's name being literally Speedwagon is ridiculous. But that's just the aesthetic of JoJo. Everything needs to be named after some sort of 80s classic, prog, metal, rock band, pop thing, what have you. I need to stop putting the flames up there. Come on, there we go. I'm glad there was a training fight before to teach you how this works. Shouldn't have lived there. Alright, so if I'm reading this right, I think that doesn't look like a quarter. I'd say that kicked in at about a 1/5. Yeah, okay, that doesn't work. I really want to just stand on the lowest thing and not have to worry about getting hit by fireballs, but that is clearly not going to work. There's a pattern. That is not it. How am I not dead? Hey, look, I found the floor! Sounds like some Yakuza. JoJo was actually Yakuza. Huh. It connections a lot of things. I math. I tried to math. It didn't quite work out, but I tried. Oh well. Let's lose our power up in the first 5 seconds because we're not paying attention. I've heard good things about the Yakuza games. Jamie has told me a lot. They seem interesting. I've never played any of them. But I understand they're cool. Bizarrely, a series of, like, a set of games, a type of game I've been thinking about more recently, and I can't explain why, is Dark Souls. Somehow I kind of want to play it again, but I really don't. I think that's just like the normal Dark Souls experience, though. It's kind of like eating spicy food. You know you're going to pay for it, you know it's going to hurt, but you still want to do it. Dark Souls 2? I don't. My backlog's too long to actually want to commit to anything like that. But if I did, I'd probably ask someone like Louis what the right thing to do is. He'd probably say 3, my guess is. Or he might say 2, you never know. Or my little bro. My little bro, I think, has severe opinions about these things. That was dumb. That's a really good point. How do I leave and save? Two is your favorite? I've heard 2 is very, what's the right word what's the right word to use? Like, divisive. It's like 2 does some things really interesting, but it also is much more painful than a lot of the other things. 1, of course, is also painful, but... I'll get lives and save. I got the saving part. I'll go back and get lives later. I'm still feeling this right now. I'm not ready to get to ass. Or whatever the actual value was. I did notice that it went up later, much later on the world map, without paying much attention. I'm gonna assume the reason that the fireball breaks in half is add music K. It just makes sense. Okay. There and back again. Taxo's tail. Tano's tail. A Boxman's tail. You know what? I actually bet this is tenths. Brilliant, Pat. Brilliant. We're completely safe. You just had to stay still. Nope. What's the command of view lives? There's no command of view lives. You just can read whatever addresses you want. Just do !R and then the address, either 0 page mapped or whatever. It should work correctly either way. Or you give it the full 7E thing, it'll work out fine too. But it only reads bytes, not things. I don't know if I ever implemented read long or read linear. I might have. I don't remember. One of those things about having done a lot of coding at various points in time and made various improvements. It's easy to forget which ones you made. Oh, it displays A and B for some reason? Huh. And it gives everything back in hex. Because of course it does. It's programmer useful, not regular person useful. I just need to be patient. I cannot be patient. I just can't wait to have patience, because patience is a wonderful thing. I want it more than anything. Courtesy of one of those silly childhood tapes we had. There's also a song about waking up. I could have waited. I should have gone earlier. That's the move there. Ow. Post that for reminder's sake. Okay. Waking up. No, it's a song that goes like, "Wake up, you sleepyhead! Get up, get out of bed. See the sun is shining." And then slowly, you know, move your toes, tell you it's time to go. You got a lot to do today. And then like silly things happen, like, and then you put a watermelon in your shoe. It's like, no, you're sleeping again. Wake up. Or you get in your airplane and drive up and down the street. Are the two I remember. I think there's like at least one more verse. Turns out it was actually from like some kids' TV show we just never watched as kids. We just had it on the tape. Probably because my mom bought it like a truck stop somewhere. Or found it at some random location as opposed to actively seeking it out, which happened with a lot of music that we had as children on tape. Evanescence, yes. Let's get to phase 2 without getting hit. Well, technically phase 3, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I think the way this works is every about 10th I mark him down, it does something different. Be my guess. Interesting enough, this does remind me a little bit of the Jam boss from Beat Jam, with the change of venues happening periodically. Nah, I need to remember not to hesitate there. He who hesitates loses power-ups. This is weird. Never mind, it's completely normal. I think with the way the timer is, I can do this, and I'm relatively safe. I'm gonna try this stupid strat for one iteration. I'm not getting a lot of damage done, but I'm getting very safe damage done. And, oh god. Okay, wasn't ready for that. Yep, Mario Paint got me again. Same health as Bowser? Huh. Seeing as you're cultured, yes. Face fear of returns, it did. I was very terrified. Yeah, Beat Jam has a boss. I don't know how far you got into it, but the final there is a final boss to it. It is cute. I think you, of all people, would appreciate it. Have not even played Beat Jam. I'd recommend it. It's like, so I really think that an awful lot, like the way you can think about this is a few teams decided to make like QLDC the hack, and you guys kind of did this, and Age of Luigi kind of did this, and what was the other one? The one that Donut was on the team of, also kind of did this. And then other people decided to like go full on like one interesting concept, like have an overarching kind of idea for their hack. And Beat Jam has an overarching idea for the hack. Everything is a variant on the same idea. Interesting variants, but it's all variants on the same idea. And I would say, what was the other one that was like that? Helping Hand was very much like that. And then Reverie is just like its own thing. I don't even know what to really say about Reverie. It doesn't really fit into the same sort of paradigm. But Reverie's awesome, and you should play it. Anybody who's listening should play it, if you like puzzles, because I like puzzles. And it was really good puzzles. Need to try to convince Snyder to play it someday. Nope. Tacos? Yeah, Tacos is kind of like that. Overarching gimmick is box attacks, man. Tano Boxman. That is a fair point. But I also think that if you didn't have Tano Boxman... God, I don't know why I keep spoonerizing it. And you took some of these levels and threw them into QLDC, they would still do pretty well. And that's kind of the thesis here, is QLDC the hack versus other weirder ideas that are all tied together in each level. It's true, if you didn't have BOXMAN TANO, it wouldn't be or BOXMAN TANO. This is true. Should be really close. I don't want to have to like get up there and put ticks on the wall. I learned my lesson. Jump early. But I still haven't seen what the other two hacks are like, so... I suspect Memobi is very much in the... Here is a concept, and we are going to all hack upon this concept. Based upon what I've learned, mostly from Ampersam's notes. But, the other one I'm not sure. I can't believe that didn't hit me. I can believe that one did. Moby is definitely that, yeah. God, once I finish playing these, I'm gonna have to do some serious note writing. I did something for the first one that is not going to work for the rest of them. Like, I initially wrote out, like, things about each individual levels for Age of Luigi, and I'm not certain I'm gonna keep it. Because I don't think I can really justify that for any of the other hacks. Because the other hacks, except maybe Beat Jam, have way too many levels to really do that for. Beat Jam, I think, has a grand total of 9, if you include the boss level and the credits. So... And I don't even know where to begin with Memobi. That's like Thursday Pat's problem. I need to stop doing that. If I just decided to commit to jumping, I would have been fine. Maybe not. Cannot wait for detailed level analysis and story analysis critiques to apply some future version of this. Oh, I'm just a sandbag that attempt. And then remember to, You know what? I've never game overed. It occurs to me, of all of the things I've done in this, I've never seen what the game over screen looks like. Since I've already saved, there's no downside to game overing, as far as I know. It's not like I need the storehouse to be usable. It's already unusable because of save game, because I've saved and reloaded since then. So maybe if I die, we'll see the game over screen, because those can tend to be interesting. Yeah, anyway, I have ideas for my judging notes. I'm going to hopefully HTML them up. I feel kind of bad that when I did Hackjam last time, I went the lazy route and just took my notes and... I was free! I took my notes and threw them into a spreadsheet badly. Like, there were cases where, like, my new lines didn't work and stuff. It just was bad. I regret for not prettifying that. But something I can deal with this time. And one thing I do want to do is get Squiggles to write a small bit about Helping Hand. Because I think that'd be funny. And very appropriate, honestly. Given the hack is all about two-playerness, I think having two players' perspective on that is important. That was a panic jump that worked. Gonna be a game. Originally, it was gonna be a custom game over like Caveman or Home. I had to get rid of it since Faro made that graphic, and there was no time to do it. Ah, fair. Remember what game over even is, but it's probably SMWs. That's disappointing. But fair. I figured I'd take some time in the one phase that I'm in no danger in and have a quick sip. This is just periodic motion. I should be hitting the second phase, like, now. Okay, so it's gonna go high next. There we go. Okay, I think the lowest one might be safe for a bit. Nope. You get for hanging around too long. Right, there's the faces. The faces of evil. This is tricky. Given the size of his health bar, I definitely need to get more hits in than none every iteration. But I really don't want to get hit by the faces of evil. Nope. Honestly, in the team of Team Jank, you've made decisions, and some decisions don't make much sense when stuff is removed last minute. I mean, when I make your face the greatest. It's truly a great face. Oh, have I played Face of Evil? I've played one of those games. Only one. There was a CDI kiosk at this old type of store. I don't think it exists anymore. It's called Service Merchandise, sort of a proto-IKEA. And they had it set up. Also, hi McEmblem, because I forgot to say hi earlier. And they had a CDI set up, and I played it for like 5 minutes, and was like, oh, this is kind of lame. Its shtick was that you would like go to the showroom, I guess, and look at all these items, and then pick up a slip later to actually go and purchase them, and then come off a conveyor belt, which to like 5-year-old Pat was one of the best things ever. Those conveyor belts are pretty cool. So I liked going there. But beyond that, I don't think that it kind of moved into the 21st century. You know, same kind of issue with Sears. Where, like, they had some things that would have worked as an online service and then just never really made the transition. I think it actually might have closed even sooner than that. I did try out the new Princess whatever Zelda 2-like that they had. They had a booth for it at PAX. Completely impossible to find little booth, tucked away in a tiny corner. And I even asked the dudes, like, do you have, like, anything? Like a business card or a flyer? He's like, no. I'm like, why not? Like, I just didn't think of it. Same thing happened to Anon with In the Pulse. We're just like, this is a whole new thing for him, so he just didn't know about it. At the tail. Conveyor belts are still cool. Check out the conveyor belts in the sack. That's true, I was on a conveyor belt just a few minutes ago. Before we ended up in the more Dio-ified fight. Dio-ified. Why am I jumping? Also, in case it was lost, I did notice the background decreasing in color. Another indication that whenever I move past the tick. It is amusing that there's more fire spawned, and the sky gets darker. But it's not a terribly important bit. I can't believe that didn't hit me. It's gonna be on the platform. Really close to the next phase. Okay, cool. I'm safe. Gotta burn through this phase as quick as possible. That short hop was a really disastrous short hop. Kind of like having a layover in Chicago. Wait, nope. Back to the Faces of Evil. Now, the funny thing is, I could actually play one of those Zelda games. I actually have the CDI here. Squiggles never took it home. Oh, that was a really dumb way to die. Yeah, it doesn't... Subtle way of tracking it. Doesn't make much sense. Fire falling makes the sky darker. It's canon now. I'll take it. Yeah, I assumed it just kind of made sense. We're probably removing a constant amount periodically. Because I suspect it's not quite pure white. It's kind of like a cream on my screen. Alright. Nope. Cream white, okay. Yeah, colors often don't come through correctly due to projector things. I don't have a like proper screen or anything like that, so the color balance is affected by the existing lights. The fact that the wall is effectively kind of a cream color. I thought he was going to go earlier. It's terrible to lose in this phase. I lose my power-up in the lesser phase. White instead of black, man instead of Koopa in machine, actual phase instead of one attack. I mean, he just have to use his best attack. Just one punch should do it. But that's a different anime. Maybe one of these days I'll actually catch up on my manga reading list. Yeah, I probably won't. Still have like 8 different manga-only tabs open right now. A million YouTube tabs, and a bunch of other assorted reading material tabs. I mean, the thing is, Jotaro does many punches, not just one punch. Is it going to be left? No. Is it going to be right? No. Is it going to be ora ora ora? Yes. I think he would have been happier had he not known what was coming. But he knew it was coming. I feel like you can still hit him right at the belt line. One Punch Man using a stand. I have to imagine if One Punch Man got a stand, it would have to be one of those like really silly, situational or useless ones. Something like a stand that gives him the ability to control like cottage cheese. Bizarrely, that example is not entirely arbitrarily chosen. There was a silly episode of Garfield and Friends where John decides that frozen yogurt costs too much, so he's going to make yogurt at home, with disastrous results. And Garfield somehow ends up in the wrong cartoon show. So he ends up in like a Gundam show and like a X-Men thing. But the superheroes in the superhero runs into like the X-Men thing is a completely useless superhero whose power is only to control cottage cheese. And the climax of the episode, Garf's like, can you control yogurt too? And he's like, well, I've never tried. May as well. And of course it does save the day. But very specific circumstances, that. Regardless of how you feel about Garfield, the comic strip nowadays, Garfield and Friends is high-quality stuff. Somewhat surprisingly high-quality stuff, but it was indeed high-quality stuff. Oh, nope, that was altogether not what I wanted, but... Doubt. Alright, cool! Hitless Phase 2! Well, Phases 3 through 4, but, you know... Nuts. Oh, there's death above there. Absolutely no need for, exactly. Now, there was an interesting blog by the guy one of the guys who worked on that show. I don't know if I'd be able to find it again. It's so hard to find things on the internet these days just because, like, search is crap. But basically, he was not sure if he wanted to work on this project because, like, he'd read the Garfield comic strips and, you know, they were funny and whatever. But he'd been working on something else for CBS and was kind of disillusioned with it. And so he flew to the Garfield headquarters, which was somewhere in, like, Ohio. Like a podunk, 2-flight-a-day airport. And went out to, like, the Cat Megaplex. And while he was waiting, he's like, no, sorry, he's busy verifying something about this one product or the other. And he was enamored with Jim Davis's commitment to quality? Which, saying it now sounds absolutely ridiculous, but apparently there was a time when at least someone could be convinced about this fact. So yeah. The best Garfield and Friends fact I can actually give is that the Buddy Bears are a direct parody of the Get Along Gang, which was another CBS show, I think. Possibly NBC. Stop doing that. I guess it doesn't matter. As long as I do that phase adequately, I don't think getting hit there matters slightly. It's a very weird show, but very enjoyable in some ways. That's like if you're not paying attention, think about Garfield and Friends. Where'd I go? Oh, there I am. Chris Pratt as Garfield? I don't know. He did a good job as Mario. I don't think he could do a bad job of Garfield. It seems possible. Like, I don't know if I'll actually see the new Garfield movie, but it's definitely possible. You know what it is? It's the fire going out of the sky. It's leaving the sky, that's why it's making it darker, see? There was fire in the sky, and now it's gone. Makes more sense. Smoke on the water. Canon indeed. Canon indeed. Just hanging around up there. Or not. It's just managing different cycles. I can do this. BOXMAN TANO can do this. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm also not that attached to Garfield as a property nowadays. As a kid, I liked it a lot more. But like, oh no, if Chris Pratt does a bad job with Garfield, I mean, it's not going to be any worse, those 3D Garfield movies that have, Bill Murray in them. Like, they just weren't very good movies. I did like the bit in Zombieland, where when asked if he has any regrets, he says, Garfield, maybe. You know, I never checked to see if this dude actually has a hurt box. Just always kind of assumed he does. Safe. This is not Mario Maker. Ducking when small does nothing. Still do it, though. Oh, shoot, I forgot to do that. It's fine. No harm, no foul. Exactly. Fat cat who likes lasagna has another bad movie. My life is ruined. Absolutely terrible. I mean, he also hates Mondays. Don't forget that. And wants to mail Nermal to Abu Dhabi. I always liked that running gag as a kid. It's not an important running gag, but I was almost near Abu Dhabi in recent memory. Had a layover in Dubai, and there was a sign that said Abu Dhabi like 20 miles that way, and I'm like, wow, I could go to Abu Dhabi. I'm not going to, but I could. It was a long layover, like overnight, so I could have gotten, you know, out of the airport and gone done stuff. And did. I found a geocache. It took a few tries. And took a cab tour through the city. And honestly, I think that that's enough Dubai for me. Maybe there's some really interesting stuff indoors, but ain't nothing interesting outdoors, tell you that much. Mostly malls and empty buildings. And no one walks around outside, because despite what you may think, that part of the Middle East, incredibly humid. That's what I want, 105 degrees and 100% humidity. That sounds great. But I suspect they chose the name Abu Dhabi because it's just fun to say, not any particular reverence to the United Arab Emirates or possibly what other country owned Abu Dhabi at that time. It's possible things changed, Cold War and whatnot. I need to stop doing that. I know it's a fist in his right hand, but I keep looking at it and thinking it's a Monopoly house. Mostly when it's blurry and moving up and down. Oh, it's absolutely humid. I went out a couple times and it was abject misery. How anyone said, hey, you know what? Let's build a civilization here. Boggles the mind. There are some places that should not be. Like, what's the line from King of the Hill about Tucson, Arizona? It's like something like this place is an affront, a monument to man's folly. King of the Hill has a lot of good lines. Though I think my favorite is, you're not making Christianity better, you're making rock and roll worse. When said about Christian rock. And Hank Hill was, of course, absolutely right. Alright, I don't need to jump to avoid those flames. I do need to jump to avoid that flame. Well, knowing about this boss now, I'm really happy that I gave up last night when I did. There may still be a lot of boss fighting. When Hank is showing Bobby a steak when he's a baby. Well, one of my nephews is still getting accustomed to solid food, and now has enough teeth to enjoy meat. And so for my sister's birthday, I took her to a Brazilian steakhouse, and they didn't charge him because, you know, not 2 years old. It doesn't make sense to charge for a child plate even. But he did get to try some things, and he definitely liked beef, which makes me happy. I'm kind of on the Hank Hill side of things here. Beef is an excellent meat. Boss is not tanky enough. There's a second. You missed. This is actually the second whole phase of the boss, who previously had 6 health bars. How you doing, Nico? Hope you saw the thing. I got your hacks all squared away now. Just the credits were all that was standing between it and acceptance. And no worries about how long it took. I completely forgot that I told you that. It probably would take me another week to remember. No, no faces! You can never be ready for the faces of evil. Ah, nuts. Get a face, rip it off. I saw a movie about that. Had Nicolas Cage in it. I think it was called The Man Who Removed His Face and Replaced It with a different person's face, who then stole his face. It was a weird movie. But Nicolas Cage tends to be in weird movies. Like that movie where he dresses up in a bear suit and beats up women. Just a weird guy. This is also that fairly normal movie where he dresses up as a normal guy and steals cars. Saw a movie about it too, Birds of Prey. It was ripped off from the same guy who played Obi-Wan Kenobi. Feels insane stuff going on, but still normal cartoon actors have its charm. I mean, it's nice to know what I'm dealing with regards to clouds. There's a small amount of joy in normalcy of a sort. But yeah, this is the end, hopefully, end-ish, of Tano BOXMAN. A Team JANK hack with extra steps. The quest for the VIP pass. I probably have gone and butchered the title horribly. Because it's... Why do I jump into that one fireball? That's like my favorite fireball. Anyway, I butchered the title horribly because it's hellaciously long. But I've already beaten him up once. I just have to beat him up again. Differently. Alright, phases of evil time. I do think just taking the elevator up might be the smart move. Like, jumping here tends to get me killed. Oh, it's not a death floor, it's a hurt floor. Okay, cool, that's better. I assumed it was a death floor. Alright. Cool. We've moved on to another phase. Where... What? No! Oh. I didn't know what to do. Team Jack, that's your worst enemy? I didn't know that they had an enemy. I meant to say Team Jank. I got Diddied. Oh yeah, Diddy was dancing somewhere else in the game, and I completely forgot about him. Oh, he's in the storehouse, right? I was just like, what is going on? Is that going to hurt me? I panicked and jumped and hoped it worked out, and it just didn't. What's up, Matt? How you doing? Oh, I guess also I'm very happy now. That means both moderations I was doing are now done. So now, if I wanted to claim something else, I'd feel better about it. Especially, even if something was going to take me a bit of time. Like, I might do the Awakened Power thing, even though I know it's ridiculous and bizarre. Haven't decided yet. That's a thing of all time. So yeah, you remember the boss I was fighting last night? This is his second form. I'm not sure how many forms. He could be a man of many forms. Just like people who work for the DMV. He is rocking those tunes, it's true. But this is just like the Bowser fight, with more steps. I'm hitting below the belt line. Oh, I thought the short hop would work. But yeah, now I'm just kind of rambling about whatever because I beat the first phase in like 10 minutes after starting, and I was thinking this is going to be a 4-hour frog fighter type of thing. Team Jank with extra steps, Bowser with extra steps. It's all extra steps. It's like the steps guy, H. It was a very amusing Taskmaster team task where the people got put into a room and their goal was to figure out what to do 100 times to leave the room. And they were given this, like, ridiculous red yarn, a million things attached to each other, sort of not living, but like diorama to figure out. It just turned out that the word hop was encoded around the room, like, everywhere. There was hopscotch, there was hops, literal hops, there was a bunny, there were different ways of the word hop put out through, or different versions of HOP through the entire room, including House of Pain. One team figured it out after a bit, and the other team had a complete breakdown where only one person did it. One person... Let's jump into that. I always land right there. One person figured it out, did the task, and then left. It was actually pretty funny. Because total team breakdowns don't happen too often in Taskmaster, but when they do, they're quite enjoyable. See Rod Gilbert for more details. How do I have the patience for this? Years and years of practice. Deep meditation has given me much equanimity. Also, I signed up to do this, so I guess I need to see it out. I'm trying to think, like, what the longest boss I've ever fought. Like, any boss, any game. And I want to say it was Skinny and Fatty from Dark Souls. I don't think I've spent more time on a single boss than that. Or Robert and Guildenstein, or whatever their names are. I will say, unreservedly, those guys were the worst part of Dark Souls 1 for me. Everything else, a lot, made more sense. I think I might have been safe there. Does make me wonder if the next breath will... That was a danger breath. Okay! Oh! Damn FaceTime! Jumped right into that. Wouldn't it be easier to stay under the cloud enough that you can toss the cannon up and doesn't get caught by the cloud and still shield you? It's not possible to do. Let me show you. See? I'm holding no buttons. Get the face joke because he has a face. It's true, he does. This joke has many faces. Facets. Yeah, the moment I got into this boss, I'm like, oh, maybe I can cheese it the way I did Bowser. Nope, they thought of that. They left the cheese in for Bowser, I guess, because it was funny. And honestly, tearing through Bowser's entire health bar like that would have just been kind of boring. So I'm kind of glad I cheesed it. There we go. Just keep making progress. I guess the other secret really is that I expected the first phase to take a lot longer. Like, I've got time budgeted for this. My sleep schedule is basically upside down. And has been for a while. And probably won't ever get repaired until I go to Chicago. In part because we moved a meeting for work and I no longer need to get up at 11 a.m. every day. One of the better boss fights? Yeah, Daizo hacks and hacks involving Daizo tend to have interesting boss fights, to put it mildly. But yeah, it's at 1 p.m. and me and one of the other guys were in the meeting today, and we just kind of sat there for a bit. I muted because I always mute whenever I get into a meeting, and he just went along with his business. And after 15 minutes, I'm like, I don't think he's showing up. He's like, yeah, oh, I forgot I was in a meeting. It's like, alright, we'll see you later. Alright, see ya. So, it's just daily stand-up. It wouldn't have been missing much. I was working on phone stuff. He's working on a different thing. There's no value to getting hits in here while he's going up and down. Or while I'm traversing areas, I guess is what I really mean to say. No! It's going so well. Other one releasing has an interesting boss fight, or 2, or 3. It's true. I have tested it, and I can say that it has interesting boss fights. How many? Up to the viewer to know. Is this Kaizo? Not really. There's no, like, Kaizo trickery here. There's no quick... There's no, like, I need to do interesting tricks. I don't need any knowledge beyond basic Mario stuff. This is not a Kaizo hack. There are some parts that are very difficult, but nothing I would say is Kaizo, necessarily. There's some parts where I started treating it as Kaizo because it helps sometimes. There are some levels where, like, if you do things always exactly the same way, you'll be more successful. And I find that for those sorts of things, treating them as a Kaizo level, because of that, helps a bit. AKA Plan T and its reprise. Other than that, though, I haven't needed to treat anything as Kaizo-y, at least in sort of my way of thinking. Plus, Kaizo hacks rarely have weird Mimi bosses. They're always very serious affairs. That's what I get for looking over. Anyway, I've seen Phase 4 once, I've seen Phase 3 a couple times, a few times, and I've seen Phase 2 a lot. I'm very unlikely to die in Phase 1 now. Reminds me of a Cuphead boss? I could see that. Does Lush 50 have cool bosses now? Or, wait, no. I mean, the only Lush ones I've ever played were, I played one of the Nightmare Cafes, I forget which. The one that didn't require a double shell jump, at least. It was like, at the end of a stream, I was like, well, I need more things. I guess we're doing this. Someone suggested it, so I just went with it. Or maybe I was like, you know, I've never played any of those. Why not? Not the Nightmare Cafe? Okay. That's the only thing I know from Lush. I know he's released more hacks. But those are the only ones that come to mind immediately. Amusingly enough, you used to be able to submit as many hacks as you wanted to for moderation at a time until Lush submitted 10 of them at once. At which point we decided, no, two is enough. With certain exceptions for extenuating circumstances. But if you have those, you need to clear them with us first. I'm kind of hoping I can get a lot more hits in right during the phase change. Base change. That's... When is main hacks? Ah, gotcha. Finisher Kaizo, your bosses will be fairly silly. I would not be surprised. I mean, I'm just thinking of, like, Kaizo bosses. I guess what, Feller is pretty silly. Fruit Dealer is kind of silly, you know, until you learn about him. Until you really learn about Fruit Dealer. At which point he is no longer silly. What else? I mean, there's the Bowser fights in Grand Poo Worlds. Those are serious affairs. What other Kaizo hacks have bosses? Like, actual serious. Like, Booses are fine, whatever. Or Wendy fights, but we're not really counting those. Or Yoshi fights, if we're counting, Quickie World. Because Quickie World has a Yoshi fight. Or Quickie World 2 has a Yoshi fight. I don't know if the first one does. I've beaten the first one. I just don't remember. It's been that long. Everything Barb does is serious? That doesn't surprise me. He seems like a serious man. You can't be that tall and not be a serious man. And Barb is about 7 feet 8 or something like that. One of my favorite things about Barb is there's that picture of him sitting on the couch with like 3 other dudes at GDQ, and he's taking up half the couch, and the other dudes are taking the other half. And of course someone photoshopped this to make it even worse. Make Barb look even bigger. Oh, not again. He's that tall? I have no idea how tall Barb is. I assume he's well north of 6 feet. I'm just exaggerating for a purpose. Made a Kaizo... Mario Maker Kaizo water level. He should be in prison. Probably. No, the thing is, I never actually watched Barb. He's never, like, I think... Do I follow him? I don't even know if I follow him. But, like, I think he usually streams when I'm asleep, or sleeping, or not watching streams. I usually end up watching streams in, like, the evening if I'm, in my time, if I'm watching anything. Sometimes, if I'm working, I'll turn them on at work. But I usually don't really start work until, like, 1 p.m. So... It's not really the same thing. I spent a lot of time avoiding the Skyfire, and very little time... Very little time does it matter. In fact, one of the few things I actually do know about Barblore is he has this like overlay where he throws people's names into a volcano while Orator plays the bongos in the background. Did it again! The ground is now my worst enemy. Friendship removed with fire. New friendship with ground. Yeah, GDQ is supposed to be happening pretty soon, ain't it? Like what? It usually happens in, usually, what, earliest July, latest June? Haven't even checked the list yet. Man, there's a lot of people doing that today. Oop. Most normal scam message, yeah. Yada yada dase. Shunboo. Yep. Fun fact, you might notice that the bot message gets kind of nuked over there in the... Yeah, it gets nuked over there in the chat overlay. I only end up implementing that because of Undertale. Used to be I just didn't care that much. But I gave, I think, Hwailaluta a sword for Undertale. In case people wanted to spoil things, because people love to spoil Undertale. And so that if there were spoiler messages, they wouldn't be readable. I didn't want to have to, like, deal with reflowing the text, and so I just made the text invisible. This, bizarrely enough, does not affect any Twitch emotes. There will probably come a day where I feel the need to do that part, but I haven't done it. And it's an easy enough jQuery thing to fix. And probably, it would also do it, I don't know if it would fix up regular emoji. It literally just sets display visible none or something. Gonna be RBIB. There. You probably won't miss much. Definitely not gonna miss much. What's up, Nerdy? How you doing? Is that the world out? Yes, it is. You win, I'll yell. Thanks, I'd like to know if I win. That helps. Oh, for Pete's sake. We're just fighting... crap, I forgot his name. It's been long enough that I've forgotten his name. You want to call him Branson, which is incorrect. He has a different, sillier name. Yeah, it is. It's not a good game to get spoiled on. There were definitely some people who were trying to convince me to do things in my first run-through, and I actually just was like, no, I'm not going to do it. Now that you told me to do it, I'm not going to do it. There was one, like, bit was like, go to this waterfall. I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. Can't make me. I just kind of ignored him. Alright, well that strat isn't great. When you're big. Banoran, thank you. He's getting off work, he's gonna play some Rise of Ronin while lurking. Oh, nice. How it goes? Oh, pretty good. I've been playing this hack for about 3 streams now, and this is the final boss-ish boss. I don't know if he has another form after this. But this is his second form. He could have many forms. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, Undertale, yeah. So, anyway, I implemented that because it seemed important. It didn't take long, but, like, just one of those, like, yeah, it just needs to get done. I also fixed it. There was a minor exploit that Noah demonstrated yesterday that I realized if other people notice this, it's probably time to fix it. Where basically, if you were to use... So this is a weird one, but basically consider TTS. I have an exclamation point TTS to let people to test TTS and rerun TTS as if they're not working or something, and to do manual testing, of course. But that also powers the TTS. That was a terrible one altogether. Also powers the TTS stuff, the TTS reward. And so what I realized a while ago when I first implemented it was that because of the way I handle permissions, if you use exclamation point TTS in a TTS message from the TTS reward thing, it will actually do the command twice. Now, in general, I don't think there's anything that would really be all that bad. You'd also have to guess the command names, and pretty much all the commands are restricted to me. So unless you know them, because I typed in bang commands or something, you wouldn't know what they were. And they're all usual, pretty, you know, reasonable names. But I fixed the issue just so now that if it ever goes through the rewards handler, it declares it's already done and completed its command, and so now it will not run another thing. It was a simple fix. But once someone notices something like that, you have to fix it. The security industry in a nutshell. Why should you go to jail for a crime someone else noticed? You don't need double talk. You need blah, blah, blah. I was safe on the ground. Like a hack of Mario Maker. This is a hack of Super Mario World. So this is a hack. The hack's titles there is Tano BOXMAN and the Quest for the VIP Pass. I think is all I put there. It has more, but it's incredibly long. It's one of the hacks made for a contest on SMW Central called Questionable Hackjam. The goal was to get people together in teams of 2 or more, 2 to like 5 or 6, I forget, and make full-length-ish, somewhere in the vicinity of 2 hours to a lot more hours, hacks, and then play through them. And I'm one of the judges, so I'm playing through this, and I'm close-ish to the end. There have been some interesting mechanics along the way, including this bullet bill spawner, or bullet bill thing, that we used in a few different levels. And so we already had a reprise of all of the major mechanics in the castle earlier. And so now we're just at the final boss, who's supposed to give us the VIP pass. But doesn't want to because he hates us. And stole our furniture that we spent all day shopping at his mall for. The lore is incredibly intricate and important. Oh, little X's? Yeah, that's me. That's USB to NES magic. So every time I die, I harvest the location where Boxo dies, and draw it to the screen using some HTML. It's old tech at this point, to the point where I don't even really think about it existing. But yeah, that's definitely inspired by Mario Maker. I thought it was a cool idea way back in the day, and I've kept with it. It's interesting because also, like, I keep all of the messages that go over to the web pages and other bits of machinery that power this whole menagerie of nonsense logged, and so in a database, and so I can query how many times I've died in a specific level. Nuts. I got to the third face, and I just completely bailed it. It's really hard. That transition is really hard, because if you're jumping, you don't have a lot of time to react. If you're on the ground, you're fine, but if you're jumping, you're not. But yeah, that's external. No game implements that. There's other stuff I have that's implemented that also works on most Mario hacks, but we've turned off some of it for this. Because we have a unique, interesting custom character who's integral to the story, and changing him to Luigi would be silly. General rule is if there's a custom character that I think matters, I always change it. Super helpful? Yeah, actually, it kind of is. There's other information that I keep around too, like how long it takes to beat levels. Initially, the whole point of the thing was going to be to make an overlay for speedrunning. That never really came to fruition. What ended up happening was I made the overlay, but it never worked the way I really wanted it to, and had some problems with scrolling, and I'm bad at HTML and CSS, and so I still have some problems with scrolling. So you see the chat thing to the right. Notice that the box at the top is humongous. For the longest time, this would have just caused overflow off the bottom, because I didn't know how to fix it. And I still don't. I used JavaScript to fix it. It's terrible, but it works. So this is a good time to take a handbrake. What's up, Scream Kid? What's up, Risto? Thank you for the raid. How you doing? Baron is done. I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. How was I guess that was Baron of Shell? I looked at your stream a bit earlier. I was like, oh, you're calling it Baron of Smell. Is that an actual different hack? Or is it the same hack, just hilarious? Either way, congratulations. Your hands are broken. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, let me do the SO command. I guess Fries might be here. And you have an emoji. Yeah, good raid messages usually have silly emotes. It has to be. Alright, let me clear this for a second. This is... I was talking about USB magic. This is a bit of USB magic. This is actually an alert in the game. And so it's always nice to have a pause that doesn't come from my own hands when these things happen. So here we are. We are currently Tano Boxman. We are trying to defeat the evil mall owner, Banoran, who really hates us and stole our furniture that we bought at his mall for resale purposes. And yeah, it's a weird hack, but I'm near the end of it. And it's also a lot of fun. This has been a really interesting... Like, everything that's been made for Questionable Hackjam has been really good. This is one of the hacks made for Questionable Hackjam, which is a event smwcentral.net put on, where people got in teams of 2 to 6, 2 to 5, I think, and made hacks. And so this is the 7th out of the 9 that were submitted that I played. I still have 2 more to go, one of which is going to be really hard, one of which is somewhat broken, from my understanding. So this is the last, not incredibly hard and not remotely broken one. But they've all been good. All been good. Like, no one submitted anything in bad faith or anything like that. There was no silly wait 2-hour hacks or anything like that. It was all good stuff. People trying interesting things. Playing around with mechanics one usually doesn't play around with. There was a Mega Man 2 style zipping level earlier that was really cool. Not earlier today, yesterday, because I was hoping to finish up yesterday, but this is only the 2nd phase of the boss. Thankfully, there are checkpoints on these phases, but I've been at it a little bit. So that is an explanation of what's going on here. Oh, and I'm one of the judges. I should have mentioned that part. So I'm playing these and writing up notes afterwards, of which I'm actually a bit behind. Which is pretty typical, honestly, for judging of these things. There are other excellent esteemed judges, but yep. Also, sup, Fen, in case I didn't say hi. Back, 2 whirls of drinking, it's hot, and chocolate. Nice. Beat Jam was a lot of fun. Do wait 2 hours on a hack, it better not be about pressing a yellow switch. Yeah, I forgot that that is a thing that happened. Yeah, for 72-hour questionable level design contest a couple years back, Daizo submitted do not press the yellow switch, where you actually did need to wait around for a non-trivial amount of time. So much so that I actually went and edited the amount of time I was waiting, so I could see some of the other endings. That was a unique experience. Or that one... Yeah, the one puzzle in Braid I'm still a bit miffed about. I'd set it up my controller, I was ready to... and decided, you know what I really want? I'm going to go get a burrito. I'm going to go get a burrito. It's going to take a little while because I got to bike over to the burrito place. And by the time I get back, it'll have done, gotten further, right? No. About 10 minutes after I left, the controller turned off. Completely forgot to do something about that. So I spent the next while wiggling the controller to keep it on, while it slowly went to the right side of the, or left side of the screen. Truly a stupid puzzle. Speaking of, Braid is getting a remaster soon, so I'm probably going to end up playing that at some point. Tell you right now, if I do get that puzzle piece, it won't be on stream. Or if it is on stream, it'll be like I play a different game and we picture-in-picture. Which I have done a couple times. No! Yes! Maybe. A few years back, I was doing a 4-job Fiesta. And I was like, well, I've got a party that can beat Omega. I may as well beat Omega. And the thing about beating Omega is there's an awful lot of, like, things you can do. He's a really tough super boss with certain problems, especially being that he absorbs all elements except lightning, and he has an incredibly high defense. So you can't really hurt him easily. There's a couple jobs that kind of work well, things that ignore defense, things that can imbue high amounts of elemental damage, but there's also a really dumb way you can beat him. Any class that can break staves. Or no, not any class, actually. There we go. Phase 4. I can't talk about Omega now. This is all new territory, so I need to keep braining. I guess this is it. We go forward. That's not so bad. I can do this. Maybe I can do this. I swear he is speeding up. Well, that was a good attempt. Ugh. Alright, what is this? Oh god. You for 2 hour waiting in a hack should be 1 star. Wait 2 months, get another star. 99 hours without cheating or enabling frames. Yeah, that was without cheating. That was impossible. We were not doing that. Uncapped subathon. We're not sure amount of time. It's just that puzzle. Maybe you can, but the yellow switch is the goal. So why would you wait? It's you should just play. Do not press the yellow switch. It's really funny, and it's not nearly as bad as you think. There are things you can do that that make it better. Stanley Parable. Yeah, it's similar to that kind of thing. Yes, those aren't insta kills. They're hurt. They're just hurt boxes. Was that phase 5? I felt I wasn't quite on phase 5. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3. I felt this was phase 4, but eh. There we go. So that should answer questions. So anyway, back to Omega, since I can do this part without paying too much attention. If you have a time mage, you can do a silly thing where you cast Quick on yourself, which gives you 2 more actions. It's an expensive spell, because action economy is the most important thing in any RPG. But after doing this, it kind of breaks things a little bit. So regen continues to tick, but other effects don't, such as the ATB. It waits on your next set of moves. So what you do is you cast Quick, and then you break a Venom Rod. The Venom Rod casts a specific spell, I forget what it is, but that specific spell inflicts a status effect that's known as Seizure, which slowly drains HP 1 tick at a time. So you can beat Omega using this strategy. It just takes about 4 hours. And so what I did last time I wanted to do this is probably 21, maybe, I think it was 22, I forget, was I just switched over to with Squigglebox and played Commander Keen. So if I ever do that again, I probably will actually do that, but probably 4 and 5 instead of 1 and 2. I think 4 and 5 are better games. 6 is okay. 6 is weird. 6 is okay. You could clearly tell they were pretty much checked out by the time 6 came around. Kind of the same way with Keen Dreams. But, you know, it's not like the devs had anything bigger in mind. Any sort of revolutionary game that would change everything forever. That actually did. No, they just were kind of done making Commander Keen games. Submit it to SMW Central. I guess it technically meets the criteria. Huh. May have been phase 6. Interesting. Along with the bonus room and Law & Order Hack. Law & Order Hack was fun. Mario chose to press the yellow button. Mario surely had better things to do than waiting around, so after 15 minutes of waiting, he finally pushed the button. You could do this. This is, there are certain things that are not that hard to do, and message boxes are one of them. SMW is an incredibly malleable game, and an awful lot of work has been done to make it more easily accessible for people to do weird things like that. You might have to learn a little bit of assembly, but you might not need to learn a lot. But you'll probably still need to learn to use, like, one of the random tools. Uber ASM, Block Tool. Oh, wait, what is it? Still Block Tool? Is that what that's called? No, GPS is the Go for Popcorn Stew it is, and there's a Sprite tool whose name eludes me. Having never used it. I've used the Block Tool once, the Go for Popcorn Stew. I had to make a custom moon that did a thing. It was very important that it do its thing. I also should have just edited the Switch Palaces to let you actually get out. That probably would have been smart. Actually, no, I didn't have the ability to do that. I could have placed an orb in them. Gotta hit the hurt box. Yeah, I could have just placed an orb there. It would have worked out. Wait, no, because I was never actually placing objects. I was only ever replacing objects. Never mind, that wouldn't have worked. That was for the Mario RPG randomizer thing I made many, many moons ago. You know, I'm not embiggened. Utilizes looping levels. I did notice that. I did notice that with the other boss, that the levels started looping at some point. And I tried to do certain things that I knew would work in other parts that did not work. Like, I was really hoping that maybe the mushroom would have respawned, but it didn't. Which makes sense when you think about it. If it's actually the same level over and over, it's not going to respawn the mushroom. The coins turned out to be immaterial, so that helped. Like, after the loop, the coins turned out to not be important. Sleep time? Alright, sleep well, Fen. See you later. Yeah, it makes sense that not just the background, but also the sprites would. Still feel cheated. But maybe it was like a really close thing with getting hit and going in by the faces or something. Of course, I could have also chosen not to immediately jump into a ball of fire. That probably would have helped. I do like how this one is the one spot where I can easily take a break. And just, like, chill and read. Transparency, while Hwailaluta made the first fight with Banoran, you did the looping ASM for him? Yeah, I'd do it. Oh, interesting. And suddenly, I get this inkling of fear. Yeah, when you said that different people made different phases, my initial thought was that you were talking about phases of that first boss. Now I'm wondering if there's 5 different phases of boss, like three more phases of boss after this. Yeah, we'll find out when we get there. Don't spoil it. I'll find out when I get there. Probably. Don't worry, there's not. Oh, thank God. Like, I've been enjoying this hack. But all good things must come to an end. Mostly because I do have to get other things done. I'm actually in a bit of a lurch with regard to YouTube stuff. I am completely run out of my backup stuff, and so I need to spend some time building a reserve again. Either need to, like, get off my lazy butt and do some K-Den nonsense, because a couple things I need to fix the sound on, or just play some Mario levels, because those also solve the problem. I'm trying to think of, like, what I'd want to do, and I'm torn between, like, a bigger SW Central project and doing an FR thing, because FR things are just kind of fun. They're weird level stuff you really rarely end up seeing because the Spanish community is a lot smaller and not quite as easily accessible as the English or Japanese communities even. I think the German community also produces a lot of like Kaizo hacks or speedrun hacks or something. But like, I don't speak German, so I don't know much about that. Okay. Let's keep with the strat. There's also the Portuguese community, but I don't know if they ever do their own, like, ROM hack contest stuff. I know they do their own collabs sometimes. I've moderated at least one of those. Which honestly was a big improvement. Yeah, no, I relaxed. I saw the color change. Nuts. No! Wait, I'm big! Oh, wait, there's fire! Oh, okay, well, we almost saw the next phase. Made this fight. But this is using the Yogui Bowser. The Yogui Bowser boss. Interesting, I don't know if I've seen that one. Loud noise after this. Funny thing, 4 of the 5 members made at least one boss. Marc did the Boo, Yogui did Bowser, Hwailaluta and you did Banoran. You also did the Digital Flying Hammer Brother. I'd like to do another collab hack again, but sometimes take a year break from hacking. Need to work on that. Yep. Well, we saw more. I got more strats down. I do think that what I was doing was good in terms of how the jumping was working. It's like the goal always being like only jump after he shoots a fireball, but he does speed up at the end, so that's a bit of a tricky thing. So knowledge was gained. There's also an end to that section, which makes sense. I just wasn't expecting it. So, honestly, I'd say just getting better at the third phase is probably the one. Like, the third phase is definitely. Second phase. Oh, really just all the phases. Right, okay, that makes sense. I thought you meant like some other thing that was in one of his other, Yogui's other hack. That makes sense. Like, I played through Trick Brookle or whatever it is, the thingy hack, like, last year. And there's an awful lot of really cool stuff in that hack, but I don't remember there being a Bowser. I was like, did I miss the Bowser? There's the weird Magic Koopa, which I think is the more interesting boss of the set. Which I think does have some, like... It does have some scrolling nonsense going on with it, doesn't it? For, like, the fire attack you have to dodge through in a maze of fire maze of fire blocks. There was also an Undine fight that I actually didn't hate. Kind of impressive, really. Undine fights tend to suck. Hilarious, they use the same Uber ASM file. Ooh, I dodged it. I cannot try to read chat until I'm done with this particular phase, I think. Dang it. Being small here helps a lot. Meal and Jake's based on a specific level or not. Ah, Undine the Undining. Like the music isn't annoying, it's laid back, and the palettes are super clean. No cluster, no bullshit, just a hard boss. Yeah. The last boss was also good, had a really relaxing track. Gypsy Woman, I think it was. Like an old house track. And it was just really pleasant. Like, the track was actually helping me relax, I think, and do better in the fight. Which is not true of all boss fight music. I don't know why I jumped there. You know, maybe that's a thing to do sometime in the next week. Speaking of Jonathan Blow, we were talking about Braid earlier. And Snyder was trying to convince me to play the Looker. I'd wanted to while I was on the East Coast until I realized you really need a mouse and keyboard to play it. And when I'm on the East Coast, I can't play things with mouse and keyboard. I can only play them with controller, and only if they work on a Mac, and that's always a bit of a tricky proposition. Which usually means puzzles. Puzzle games work fine on controllers, typically like block pushers and things like that. And block pushers are fun. I like a good block pusher. Recursed was also really cool. If you've never played Recursed, it's a game about recursive environments. Chests within chests, and being able to move the chests out of chests. I kept thinking about it, like, there's got to be a way to describe this in terms of, like, real computer science. And someone in chat's like, oh yeah, there's a paper explaining exactly how this works, if you want to read it. They linked me to it, and I still haven't finished it, but it actually basically describes it well. It makes it kind of clear that the game itself doesn't fit into the specific mold I thought it did, but it can be modeled as such, as a functional programming thing, which makes me very happy. The more you know. Yeah, I don't get a... Oh, for Pete's sake. I'm gonna power up between those. Looker made you look at games differently? Interesting. I've heard it just taking kind of the piss out of The Witness, and I actually really enjoyed The Witness. I never completed it, but I did beat it. I got, I think, the obvious ending. One of those, I'd love to revisit it at some point, but you need to forget enough for those kinds of games to be effective. And there's one part I'm probably never going to forget because I couldn't actually do the puzzle under my setup. But I don't want to mention why, because it is a bit of a spoiler. But I had come up with an awful workaround that was hilarious at the time. But only after I realized I needed to do that. Guess that's phase 5. 4 gives you the big, but not 5? Okay. Boss of Caveman is definitely Plock. Tend to go hard and intense, yeah. There are some good ones out there. I enjoy a good boss theme. I forget what we were talking about at D&D. This was like a couple weeks ago, but I'm like, yeah, you open this and suddenly the open strains of Dancing Mad come out. He's like, wow, I haven't thought of that one in a while. I'm like, yeah, it just seemed better than One Winged Angel because the intro is better. Very much more organ forward. Don't get me wrong, One Winged Angel's good. I just think Dancing Mad is better. Also a matter of constraints. You could do an awful lot better audio on the PlayStation than you could on the Super Nintendo. Even though I don't think it's actually redbooking it. I think it actually is. I think it's actually doing the synthesis live. But I think the APU has a lot more power in the Sony PlayStation as opposed to the Super Nintendo. I have to look it up again though. Meant to duck. Did the final boss for O. Ooh. I think you did a good job. I think you mentioned that once or twice. But yeah, I've been trying to avoid seeing anything in those. I'm so far behind, like, the big, good collab hacks. What I really should do is finish Jump. I can move on to another one. Because I started that sometime in January. I started that sometime in, like, November. And have not gotten around to finishing it. I think I got all the way to World 7-ish. Maybe World 8-ish. Hadn't started tackling any Star World or Special World, so. And of course I left off on a Yopi level, which should not surprise anybody. $16 now? Okay. Yeah, people don't use that feature that much, except Max. It's always on when I have a Super Nintendo game rigged up for it. So there's a bunch of different, like, modules that handle different things, and there's some inheritance between them. And so SNES game allows for reading. The SNES game? Yes, SNES game does. So it also has, like, the rigging for USB to SNES stuff in it. And then there's Writable Game that adds a bunch of Carl stuff, and then we layer them on. Probably should have composed rather than inherited, but eh. What's done is done. I'm not rewriting this code anytime soon until, like, I can no longer physically get Python 2 or libraries for this stuff to work. Not to mention, every time I do a brew update, I have to go and copy around libtiff somewhere to make it work again. Probably should reduce reliance on that specific thing, or make a web service that handles that specific thing it does with libtiff. Which wouldn't be bad. It doesn't need that information immediately for anything. And in fact, I think I might be able to throw away that code now that things work properly. Because the point of that was to make it so that when... Dang it, that was just the tail of it. There's a channel point reward thing that probably hasn't been seen in a while, was to let people claim they made a level. Or replace whatever level name was, or whatever author name was there. And I really only want to use that when, like, I'm playing level design contest levels that are supposed to be anonymous for the time being. So, like, if I were to go through and play later this year, like VLDC, not going to be a judge for that. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'll have judged 2 things this year. I think I'll be fine with that. Well, no, I guess I wouldn't have judged 2 things here. This will be the first one. Maybe I'll judge something later. Maybe like a 24-hour contest or something. But more than 2 a year is unnecessary. Not really. I just set my lives to 99. I already have a save point right at this boss, so everything's pretty awesome. If I legitimately thought I was in trouble, because it's probably already passed. But no, resetting if I... Oh. But yeah, if I was in real fear of, like, resetting making my life miserable, I'd turn it off. Every once in a while I do this, I just don't tell you guys. So the only way anyone would know is if they actually went and looked. I should be close to the next phase. It's like 1 bullet away at this point, I swear. Okay. Very much a made-you look. But yeah, no, if it's one of those anonymous contests, then yeah, whatever. Otherwise, I prefer to, like, actually put the author's name on screen if possible, so people know what they're looking for if they see it later. It's like, this level looks cool, I want to play it. I want them to play it. About the dev exit? I have not heard about the dev exit yet. I mean, I have plenty of dev exits. I can just turn on exit if I want to just win. I don't want to just win, so I'm not going to do it. Like, if I was really actually frustrated with this boss, I could probably do something like turn on Always Cape, and it would be fine. Or just set 19 when I felt the need to. Like, quite literally until people start making hacks that replace certain addresses in the code with other addresses, or adding useful checks to say, yes, I was the one who actually modified this particular address. My stuff will keep working, so... I also have a vague theory that you could actually detect save states on SD to SNES if you wanted to. But I don't think anyone actually cares enough to go that far, except maybe Max. You wouldn't be able to detect save states in on a emulator, though. I don't think that's actually possible. At least not without some other sort of interesting break. Rackhead indeed. Made a dev exit. You enter the Konami code and play Flappy Bird for exactly 14 minutes. It's into the credits. It's actually true. You know, the funny thing is that there was a Flappy Bird QLDC thing a couple of years ago. You had to play Flappy Mario, but you had to do it with the SNES mouse. And so I legitimately tried it for a while. I really did give it the old college try, and I came to the conclusion that this simply wasn't meant to be done on hardware. Like, just the amount I would have to click the mouse and how this was working just was not... I was like, I'll get carpal tunnel long before I beat it. So I turned on cheats and saw the rest of the level. Thing I am surprised. No one actually used the SNES mouse. I feel like that's been like a perennial thing for QLDC, but not this time, and not in 72 Hour either, I don't think. First Quackjam had a really cool... Or first QLDC had a really cool... mouse level where you were kind of like playing Mario Lemmings. You had to like move boxes around and do things as Mario was going to prevent him from dying. And then the second one was the Flappy Mario thing, which was weird. Mario Paint, I think you could use it for Civilization, which honestly, if you want to play Civilization on the Super Nintendo, is a pretty good argument. I remember seeing someone was trying to make support for it into SimCity. I think someone also hacked support for it into one of the Clock Tower games. Other than that, I couldn't tell you. I think there were like maybe 6 games it supported. Not sure how many of them came out in Japan. There is a patch on romhacking.net to support Clock Tower now. So if you want to use your SNES mouse on Clock Tower, and if I did play Clock Tower, that is how I would play Clock Tower. So next Halloween-ish, that might happen. Who knows? I don't presently have anything. Well, I've got some vague ideas of what I'd do for October fun, spooky games. Gabriel Knight 3 comes to mind. I played the first 2. I love the second one. The second one's lovely. The first one's is actually pretty good as far as Sierra point-and-click adventure games go. The third one is bizarre in the sense that it has both been accused of killing adventure gaming forever, and having one of the best adventure gaming puzzles of all time. So, to such an extent that that particular puzzle, the best puzzle of all time, actually has a Wikipedia article. I think its worst puzzle also has a Wikipedia article. So there's something to be said for that. It also has the unfortunate, oh god. There's also the unfortunate bit about it that it's in the sort of early 3D days, and so it looks pretty bad. Like, the old Sierra games, well, the first one's like got really nicely done pixel art. The second one is an FMV game that does have some CG, but it's like, I don't know, not great television CG level CG. And that's fine. It's not a game that needs it. You're not like wizard fighting or anything. Just where one... Oh, that comes down with you? Oh, this sucks. Nope. But yeah, and then the third one's awkward thing. I'm curious. I think it also was a marked departure from like Sierra's earlier engines. I think it might have been on a different engine. I also have a few other like weird ones. I tried to play Shivers, I think on Halloween last year. It just didn't work. It's like this. I am just not in the mood for a point-and-click adventure game at this point. Actually, I should just catch up on chat for a second. My hands need a short break. Tried to play Clock Tower 7 years ago, got spooked and didn't finish it. Would still get spooked. Give you a very good visual hint on what phase you're in for the first 2 phases. Getting the red health bar to the window starts phase 2. Oh, I didn't realize that. Getting past the window is phase 3. Okay. Diddy appeared earlier in Storehouse? Yes. The Diddy is amazing. Gameplay of the Dark Eye. It's a very... I think I played that on stream at one point. Let me look. No. Wait, no, that's a German tabletop game. First-person psychological horror. Yes, I did play that on stream at one point. So, weird story. That particular game is made in Macromedia Director. And as part of the contract for using the software Macromedia Director, you had to send Macromedia a copy of your game or presentation or whatever. And so people did. It's part of the contract, obviously. So the thing about this is these all ended up inside a gigantic cardboard box at Adobe, eventually. And eventually they got rid of them. But because we're lucky, archive.org managed to acquire the giant box of them. And so, and then last year and the year before, they went and did what they called a core sample. They just grabbed a bunch of CDs and slapped them on archive. Made ISOs and slapped them on archive.org. And so I downloaded all of them onto a USB stick, which was something of a miracle because the USB stick makes the Windows 98 machine very cranky. Like, sometimes it doesn't boot right, sometimes it can't shut down. Like, it's a very touch-and-go thing when that's involved. And I made up, like, a little not quite polling system, but like a kind of Mario Maker-style queuing system for this stream, and we just tried out a bunch of different ones. So, like, the first thing I did was, like, it was a Canadian art movement that they made a multimedia CD of. I forget what the name was. It was, like, something Tales from the Deep Woods or something. That's not right, but something like that. The second one was a virtual tour of a sorority house. Some specific black sorority house that has an old history and things. I forget exactly what. But that was really interesting. It had 3D viewing and everything. And one of the things was that game. There was also Elroy Goes Berserk, which was bizarre, along with Alpha Bonk and a few other, like, just weird children's multimedia CD things. I tried to figure out what to do in that one, and it was baffling. Like, I spent a decent amount of time. Kind of would like to come back to it, but I might just need to guide dang it, because it's not... The game doesn't give you a lot of feedback about what's going on. Just watch the mouth, ignore everything else. Like, I think I actually have this phase pretty well down. Kind of. Nope. Take your medication, alright. Yeah, I'd like to do that again. We didn't actually look at all of them, and I realized that, so it's a non-trivial number of them are made for macOS, like System 7 macOS. And as it turns out, System 7 macOS ISOs are completely inscrutable to modern tools. Just completely. I don't know why there's a slightly different CD file system for Macs, but completely inscrutable. Daemon tools can't deal with it. Modern macOS can't deal with it. WinRAR doesn't know what to do with them. And so, yeah, I didn't really mess around with those much. But I realized what I could do is set up a macOS emulator inside of Windows 98. See? And then we could try those out. Which I think would be at least interesting. There is a version of Basilisk, a relatively recent one, that works on Windows 98. Playing horror flash games with your dad and your kid like 15 years ago. Immortus. I don't know that one. Oh, I'm going to die the moment I unpause this. Alright, well, handbrake in time. Sup, Memory Lane. Thank you for the good luck with Dio. He ain't been stopping time on me, but it's been feeling like it. I've been at this for an hour and 30 minutes, I think, from just this part. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? What's up, Lady Pony? Thank you for good luck. Let me do the shout out, as one does. I don't know if Rise is gonna come back. Get those rare furnitures back. I want them so badly. I don't even know if they're rare furniture. Like, he just bought it at the mall. This could literally just be like a bunch of folding chairs. What's up, the Tays? How you doing? Oh. Anyway, how's the stream memory lane? I hope it was something fun. We're currently trying to defeat a boss. I don't know if it's the final boss, but a boss in the hack. Taxo Boxman and the quest for the VIP pass. This man has the VIP pass, and we must take it from him by force. By shooting him in the face with bullets. It makes sense in context. Actually, there we go. I can sit here. Playing We Like It here. Nice. Banoran. Yes, this is Banoran. I don't know if his actual name is Dio Banoran, but he is Banoran. And he has a lot of HPs. Alright, knowing what I know now, he is canonically Dio Banoran. Alright, well, now we know. Didn't know how on the nose we were going with this. Okay. Trying to kill someone shooting bullets in their face? Never heard of it? Scandalous? Absolutely. That's how Jotaro defeated Dio. Very possibly. It was in a cutscene? Okay. Then I may have glossed over it and or forgotten about it in the last hour or so. How you doing, Milgrips? We're just bouncing up and down. And squishing. But in video games, it doesn't often work that way, you know? There's like cutscene logic. You know, in Final Fantasy VII, you can get eviscerated by 13 different knights, have a dragon come, you know, shoot you from a beam at you from space, be frozen, be shocked, and everything else, and nothing kills you. But one sword... Long messages long. I will definitely read that. We're talking about Flash stuff. I did a stream about Macromedia Director stuff a while ago, because archive.org had salvaged a bunch of Macromedia Director things from salvage. Basically, the deal was that if you use Macromedia Director, kind of like Flash but different, to make a presentation or a game or just anything, you'd have to send them a copy for archival purposes, or if they wanted, I imagine they might also want to use them for like promotional purposes. See this cool thing someone made with it. So yeah, archive.org got a hold of a lot of them, giant box of them, and put them online. I'm like, you know what? That could be a fun stream, and so we just looked at a bunch. I also we looked at some printer software. We looked at how to use Equifax's credit card software. Basically all sorts of nonsense. The best of Switzerland, I think. There was some just random stuff. I really there were a couple in there that I wanted to look at that I couldn't due to insufficient DLLs or not working because of macOS and other things. It's gonna come back. We'll do another one. One day. Not today, though. Well, it's not completely vanilla. And nothing bad happened. Stay in your coma. Okay, yeah, definitely didn't know that one. Alright, let me read the message really quick because it's long. Remember one Flash game played with your dad where you find out that a puppet killed everyone in the house and you tried hard to find the game again. You remember your dad and you finding it head in the shower like, oops, I guess he's dead. I introduced you to Silent Hill. He loved horror. So play horror games today until you get spooked. 25, you still can't beat most horror games. Did beat Soma though. Even though it scared the shit out of you. Which one's Soma? Yeah, Dio won. Dio definitely won. I play Soma. No, not. Why would you give me that first? Women's lingerie boutique somewhere. That is not the game I think it is. No, it's not the game I think it is. Oh, it is made by the same people, though. That was it. Made by the Amnesia people. What's up, TJB? Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, I don't know if you want to try more, but there is a large collection of Flash software that's gotten pretty reasonably well cataloged called Flashpoint that you might want to look into. It's unfortunate because the way it worked last time, which is really obnoxious, is in order to find certain pieces of software, you have to download the whole collection, like terabytes thereof. But for a non-trivial amount of it, you can just download the application and it will copy it over. And you can try playing it again. And sometimes it works, and oftentimes it works. There are some issues, I think, where they have to like patch things, and they have some code to mess with stuff to make sure it works. Like, basically the problem is an awful lot of like games would lock themselves to a specific website, like Armor Games or whatever. Sometimes they had to download extra files, and sometimes no one notices that until after, but I think they have like a way to patch things and fix that up if you really want to try things. I do feel like if you were to go there and look for, you know, puppet-based point-and-click horror, you might find it. On the other hand, it might just have been like some random thing on Newgrounds that got blammed. Which is a word I haven't used in a long time. Face off! Well, things were going so well, too. My cat was finally growing back. Just received a series of strange but very cool Twisted Sister dance LPs. Well, I was gonna get hit by the faces. Okay, we're in the next phase. Officially, we're in Phase Diddy. I was gonna wait and then I panicked. Nice AP&G ad, yep. Still gives Cuphead vibes. Want to be the guy? I can see that. I can definitely see that. I want to be the guy bosses tend to take 1,000,000 hits and have 1,000,000 phases. That's one of those universes that I know so very little about beyond like the big obvious games. When I was playing Recursed, I think multiple people might have suggested a I want to be the guy fan game that isn't your standard fare. It's actually like a puzzle game. So I want a lockpick. And I actually got to see someone play it on stream for a little bit. It does look really interesting. I tried for a couple minutes to see if I could get it to work under Wine on macOS, and long story short, too many buttons. Way too many buttons would be required for this. So no dice. Even if I did have the Mac equivalent of Joy to Key, which I don't think exists, or if it does exist, it's sold on some obscure website for like 15 bucks. But one for another day. But it did look cool. I do enjoy a good constraint logic problem, which this definitely is. Had to do with picking up a certain number of keys and locks changing colors and having to figure all that kind of stuff. And it's surprisingly long, from what I could tell. Really not a one-sitting kind of game. Not even notice the flame as it came down. Nope. Is Dio Banoran the Mecha Birdo of our times? Possibly. Solgren? Yeah, Solgren. It was ahead of its time. Stuff like Celeste is similar, just way more polished. Find something like it through Brew. It's possible. It's possible. There tends to be like two categories of useful software for macOS. Either you get your good open source stuff, or it is a really obscure thing and you have to pay 15 bucks to this random publisher you've never heard of to solve your one irritating macOS problem. It's never in between. But Brew is so convenient, except when it breaks all my stuff. Which it does periodically by updating lib, tiff, and then I have to figure out how to fix it immediately by finding the libtiff and copying it to a different name. Maybe I should just like make a soft link now I think about it. Might work. The power of LN compels you. Or MK Link if you're on Windows. Do love me some MK Link. Also, like, mounting directories as hard drives is a fun one. That's how I solved one of my problems with WSL. Wanted to be able to read things from WSL, and that was apparently the best way to do it. Yeah, Solgren was the final boss of I Want to Be the Bashi. A box of, like, Danish cereal that had callbacks to all of the other bosses. Still a really fun game to watch other people play. That barely grazed Boxman's hat. I am sad that he got hat grazed. Anyway. Other things to talk about. Yeah, not really. Oh, I guess I should mention it. I finally got around to watching the, what was it? Dr. Livesey Fonk thing. That was actually really fantastic. Dude's literally animated at double the speed of everyone else in the cartoon. Or double the frames. Which is kind of hilarious. And it's an incredible walk cycle. It is very important. Incredibly important to box boys. And box men to keep their hat on. It's part of their religion or something. Ah, absolute Chad walk. No questions here. There we go. I don't know why I tried to duck that. Perfect idea for an ad? Go for it. It's what it's there for. I will note that it actually does work when I'm offline. Like, you can actually buy ads, and if you proc the thing, it should purchase. And then if I notice it, I'll turn it on. It's probably not the best thing to try to do offline, but it does technically work. Commercials that go hard for no reason. Yeah, Daizo sent me this, what was that? The Canadian Furniture Warehouse commercial, and it does go unnecessarily hard. Ridiculous, like, drumming and everything. It's awesome. Really commercials that go hard. Crossfire is a commercial that goes hard. But it actually kind of makes sense given the demographic for that game is, you know, kids who think that kind of thing is cool. Which it is. I've actually played Crossfire. It's not great. It's definitely kind of toy that, like, you play with it once or twice, it's gonna break, feels like. And if you get the wrong piece, you are absolutely hosed. Like, the way it works is you're supposed to like, there's these little plastic pieces that you're trying to shoot across the board. And I think it's more fair if you only play with one. There's one that's kind of like a big propeller. The scoops, and there's another one with a triangle. And basically, if you get the triangle, you're just going to win, because the triangle is just harder to shoot and get moving. But it has one of the hardest, like, most ridiculous commercials. Like, quite literally, if this was a commercial, this commercial was a movie, I would watch it. Got these kids in leather jackets and this post-apocalyptic, what's the right word? Amphitheater. Amphitheater's arena, I suppose, a better word. And they're playing Crossfire, and then one of them, after he loses, spins off into oblivion on the Crossfire piece. Like, absurdly, ridiculously good. Those are like US, is it Marines or Navy? I forget. There's one that's literally just like a bunch of chess people, like personified chess pieces set to classical music. And it just looks like an awesome commercial. You have no idea what it's for until the last second when the knight turns into a Marine. Like, there's nothing in there that tells you what this is about until that last second. Is it an effective commercial? I have no idea. Only the Marines could tell you. Definitely super liminal. Hey, cool! I got my health for all of 4 seconds. I think that's exactly where I died last time. The brick, thank you. But yes, there is a difference in terms of command structure and everything. There's an important difference. And one of those weird things, right? The Pentagon is 5 sides because there are apparently 5 divisions of military that we have in the United States. And they're mostly easy to guess. Air Force, duh. Army, the oldest one certainly. Navy, very old. Marines, yeah, okay. And then the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard counts. Like, I'm certain they do important things, but, like, you don't think of, like, them as being part of the military proper, but they really are. So the more you know. But my understanding is they spend a lot of time, like, doing maintenance and fixing buoys and things. Much chiller. Build a dome on top for the Space Force. That'd be pretty funny. We're gonna add a 6th side. Looks all weird and lopsided. Yeah, dome is probably a better idea, but I doubt they'll do it. Other domey symbolisms, not quite as ideal. Unless it's got, like, the point on top. I guess we're cool with those here. Oh yeah, I game over, so I have plenty of health, lives, what have you. Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing what the next phase brought, but I immediately lost my power-up, and then I immediately got hit in the face. I get the feeling that the last phase might not be all that difficult looking at how it was set up, but it's hard to know. There's probably an interesting mathematical, like mild mathematical problem of how many cuts you really need to make a pentagon into a proper hexagon. You could. They would have had to foresee this many years ago, that they'd need another branch of service. Not to mention, like, you have the other weird ones, like the National Guards and the Mississippi Armed Guard, and I don't know. There's a lot to it, but I think the Pentagon's not going to change much. National Reserve. I know that these things are actually not all equivalent, but it's one of those, I'm not familiar enough exactly with this to tell you what the difference is. Some people are modern military wonks, but I am not one of them. Not even like an older military wonk. My sister used to really like the Civil War as a field of study. But I think that also passed. She also was really into British Navy stuff for a while. She named her cat after Admiral Nimitz. We called her Chester. We only learned long after the fact that she was a she, and that Chester's an okay name for that kind of thing. But we're just really bad at looking at the butts of cats and determining what sex they are. That's the important part here. You take something away from this story, is that me and my siblings were always terrible at this. Consistently named cats the wrong thing. I resolved to get around this by naming the last cat I named, I just named him Cat. Because he's a cat. Cats don't really care about their names. There's actually been research demonstrating that cats know what their names are, but do not care in the slightest. Which is pretty much the most cat-like thing I can think of. Didn't call a cat fuck shit. No, that wouldn't have flown in my family for a multitude of reasons. But cat was acceptable, though eventually they decided to rename him Bobcat. For whatever value of renaming a cat matters. Good cat, just kind of stupid. I can't believe I didn't get hit by that. Dang it. Those trolley faces. Okay. Up and down. Yeah, getting here with the power matters far more than getting a few pot shots in. No! I did it again. Made you believe something your heart. I forgot how the rest of the song goes. Okay. Faces. Oh yeah, that reminds me. No one ever called me out on my stupid name for Face Off. That was not a good way to start it. I really want to have the power up for the jumping phase. And I'm not being very successful at keeping it. The Face Off. Yep. I've seen other Nicolas Cage movies, but not that one. I actually don't mind Nicolas Cage. I think given a specific type of role, he is perfectly okay for it. And that's the way I feel about an awful lot of actors. Get one more. Really feel that one should hurt me. Hooray, I didn't immediately jump into something. I said immediately. Oh, now I have to ascend. Okay, well, that was better. I see what to do here. He's alright. He's not great. He's just alright. Well, I learned what happens there, so that helps. I think after this attempt, I need a stretch break. I've been at this for a while, and my hands need a short reprieve. I am getting close. Like, it's just taking time to learn strats, and not fucking up the early game. It's a long fight. Alright, like I said, need a short break. I'll remember to use my BRB command this time. Look at that! I'll be right back. Alright, let's resume. Much boxing and taxing. Yes, yesterday was tax day. I did my taxes the day before. I do not fear the IRS today. I get audited once. That was a bit of a drag. It was their fault, though. I was, in fact, innocent of all wrongdoing. Not that it became a criminal investigation or anything. Basically, I called them up and... Shockingly, the IRS has some of the best customer service ever. You literally just, like, call them up and they're like, oh, yeah. We know how to fix that. It's kind of shocking, really. That part kind of sounds like straws going in and out of a paper cup with the plastic thing. Plastic lid. But yeah, fairly simple thing to get resolved as long as, you know, you can actually convince them that they're wrong. I had to pay some fees, but nothing too onerous. Kind of like doing this part small anyway. Gives me more headroom. I think what's really going to determine how well I do is whether or not I can hold on to this particular embiggening. Like, I've got this kind of down. I feel very optimistic that I can just kind of take this guy on. But nuts. Butt nuts. There we go. That really describes it. saw a silly, like, AI thing. Apparently, people are now using AI to make whole songs in various period styles. And I saw the one that was sort of like a 1950s ballad entitled, I Glued My Nuts to My Butthole Again. And it's surprisingly amusing. It's one of those, this should not be as amusing as this is, sort of things. So there you go, nuts and butts. Enjoy AI content? Not much. But at the same time, I'm not going to say it's not coming for everybody. I do get frustrated when people use AI for really irritating things. For instance, when people try to use it to write code, and then the code has subtle bugs, and then no one understands how the code works, and so it doesn't work. We had problems with this last ICFP. I have tried to convince people that we should not be using ChatGPT to try and win ICFP. To be fair, we're not going to win ICFP, but you know, it's one of those things. That's also coming up relatively soon. The International Functional Programming Contest. It's coming up in the end of June. Very much looking forward to it. It's always fun. Interesting problems, typically. Thought that might get me. This is the one I really wish I had a good heuristic of how close I am to the next phase. Because getting a jump on the faces would be really nice. See? Getting a jump on the faces was really nice. I need to move that. It's jostling. The computer rattles a little bit. And that's a bit of a problem because I put my can of Red Bull on top of it. It's going to constantly make noise until I do something about it. Nuts. I thought it was close to the next phase, but I guess that wouldn't matter anyway because of what the behavior I need for the next phase is still the same. What's up, Diddy? That was aggressive. Computers can't code themselves yet. Yep. Now, I do think the two biggest issues, or the two biggest... What am I doing? Move that. Two biggest things that AI, at least image-wise, is going to disrupt is people who have incredibly specific fetish content that they're interested in, but aren't too terribly interested in having it be high quality. And thank you for the cheer. Nice number of numbers. Not sure what those numbers mean, but... Did that reset the thing? Oh, what if it did? Oh, ad purchased, right. I know what those numbers are. And the other one is the type of stuff, like the images you see in an article where you're not actually supposed to read the article. If that makes sense. Or you're not supposed to care about the images in the article. Like the New Yorker and other things always have these images no one actually looks at as part of the article. I love it, TJB. Beautiful. All right, approved. Already seeing people do that kind of thing. In that case, I don't feel too bad, because like no one ever looks at those pictures anyway. Last one of those pictures I looked at was something about vaccine hesitancy, and it had a woman dodging syringes that were as big as herself. Not like Matrix style. And I'm like, you know what? If syringes that big, I think I'd also want to dodge them. Like, seriously, this is not helping your case here. But again, it's the kind of imagery that no one actually cares about. The person writing the article never saw the picture till it was published, probably. The editor might have seen it. But no one actually cares about that art. It just, you expect it to be there because it has to be there. Oh yeah, I guess I should mention this. Maybe I'll pause again for it. If y'all want to see all of the ads, you can see them all here in sort of order of purchase. These are all the active, online, currently being used ads. There have been some that I've taken out of circulation for various reasons, usually because they've been subsumed by other ads, or I decided they were ones I put in the system initially that were dumb and weren't very good. But pretty much all of the ones that people have bought are still there, except a couple. I think a couple of Kappa ones have been subsumed. Oh. What am I doing? I have a strat here. Stick with the strat, Pat. Stick with the strat. No! Well, that's not good. Every time I see, like, the bullet bill flying away, I think that, like, suddenly Boxo has decided his X position, or X velocity, needs to be very massively negative. One of those, I am a paranoid chat hacker type. Maybe that's the idea. We will see. Alright, we're at the next phase. Cooking the next step. Swear he speeds up here. Where'd it go? Shoot! I panicked because it disappeared on me. Does shoot more in the middle of Phase 5? Yeah. I'm still surprised that's Phase 5. I'm not really sure how this gets counted. I consider this entire thing to be Phase 1, or you call it Phase 2. The next part... I guess, okay, I can see why that's Phase 5. So if that's a continuation of the Phase 5, of the Faces part, then that's Phase 5. Which I think is also a, some sort of card game. It's Phase 5. Not Phase 5, but you know. Take 5 is a classic jazz track, which anybody who's played Quickie World can tell you about. Do 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 do. Also, thank you for the bits, TJB. Almost no one ever pays with those for bits. With bits. Usually just channel points. There was a reason for the implementation that way, which was if anyone who didn't have any points could play along. And also because I was going to offer a specific, really annoying sound if you were willing to pony up a lot of bits, i.e. like maximal bits. But that being part of the April Fool's joke, I didn't expect anyone to do so. That was basically perfect timing for losing my power-up. Yeah, I see how the counting works. This makes sense to me now. Really? Ah. Okay. New phase. Huh. You know, one thing I haven't questioned. It overwrote it. You might understand how it is, how that's hurting you. Hitting the faces in an 8-bit check, that makes sense. I assumed it was on purpose. Go too low, you get hit. Go too high, you get hit. Like, I get it. Ow. Oop. I am losing focus. My suspicion is that last phase isn't actually all that hard if you can get above him. Which I didn't succeed in doing. And stay above him. You can like dip down just barely into his hitbox and just keep moving. long as there's no heads, no faces up top to hurt you. Makes sense contextually, it's just a happy accident. There's no mistakes, just happy accidents. Gotta love Bob Ross. Whenever I think I want to whenever I think of the painter's algorithm, I think of him. Because he demonstrates it so well. Who needs a Z buffer when you just have the painter's algorithm? I mean, most people actually really do like having Z buffers, as it turns out. But there were some consoles that didn't have them. So I was looking at my bookshelf after Snyder left, so I went and put the Halo 3 and Halo ODST away, because they've been sitting out for a while. I was like, oh yeah, I've got this old copy of like Game Pro or something, some forgettable magazine. And inside was like an interview with the Crash Bandicoot guys, and like, yeah, we're so proud of this. For Crash, we have like this transparent water, or Crash 2, which we just couldn't do in the first one. It's like, yeah, this would be easy to do on the N64, but on the PlayStation, oh, no Z buffer, makes it really hard. But we're clever people, we figured it out. If you want to read something cool about programming, the Andy Gavin's articles about, blog articles about Crash Bandicoot are really good. There's also like an Ars Technica video interview if you're not a reader. But I prefer the reading just because there's an awful lot to take in. It's a very interesting game, especially for the time. I'm close to the next phase. Why did I jump? I was safe. And at the next phase, well, pseudo phase. Knew it. No Z buffering. No problem, let's make one. I mean, the problem with that kind of thing is you need to be able to do ordering. How would that even work on the Genesis? I don't think it works quite as... I mean, how would that work? Because, like, you don't have a sense of depth on the Genesis. Because the Genesis has, what, 2 independent layers that you can do stuff with? And, of course, you can do HDMA effect, or, well, DMA effect, or... You can do horizontal interrupt effects for raster stuff. But, like, I don't think they could be dealing with Z testing, because that just seems expensive. And not to mention, it's not like you can do about it unless you're going to render all of your tiles to RAM first. And then decide to go at it. The way the PlayStation worked, you could kind of get away with this sort of thing because it gave you a lot of latitude over the final frame buffer. Whereas the Genesis and the Super Nintendo do not. I mean, outside of, like, Mode 7 or something. Well, Mode 7 and that other mode. But then you're not really using the rendering stuff, you're just using it as a fancy way to push a frame buffer. Which sometimes is all you need. You need a fancy way to push a frame buffer. Note, like most Sega CD games that used FMV. The Sega CD, or the Sega Genesis, is basically a fancy way to push a frame buffer. But yeah, the N64 has of the 3 consoles of that generation was the only one to have a proper Z buffer and Z testing if you wanted to do it. Amusingly enough, you can turn it off. Learned about that relatively recently. One of those K's videos. And there are good reasons why you might want to turn it off. Like, you actually already have a good ordering of triangles. You might not need the Z buffer. And that saves you cycles when rendering, and saves you RAM accesses, which are what the N64 is all about when it comes to performance, is not touching RAM as much as you can. Apparently. New cycle. You stop doing that. Yeah, he does do a lot of crazy stuff. Coding secrets. Yeah, I love his content. It has the worst clickbaity titles. And it's this genteel British dude explaining like really amusing and interesting things about coding the Genesis or the PlayStation or the Saturn even. Like his video on Sonic Racing? Supersonic Racing? I forget what it's called. But yeah, that video is massively interesting, especially given that the Sega Saturn's architecture is so wacky. It basically is meant to be like the ultimate sprite pusher with some amount of stuff to do with 3D backgrounds. Well, planar backgrounds. Very similar to Mode 7 stuff. And it's just so weird. I need to stop doing that. Yeah, 3D Blast was also interesting, but I find that game to be unpleasant to play. I've never enjoyed 3D Blast. It's just weird. As far as Sonic games go, and he controls like a boss. Put a lot of stuff in. Oh yeah. He was one of the major devs of that. I always like it when software devs, especially game devs, tell war stories. There's an awful lot of good war stories. I guess I could probably tell my favorite one that happened to me. I was working on NTFS, and we had run into this particular bug a lot. Like, we'd get these crash reports in uTorrent, which was sort of the hotness for a long time in terms of the torrenting world. And they'd only ever be in uTorrent, and they'd only ever be on 64-bit. But it would be crashing in the find free run function, which is basically the way you deal with space on a hard drive. You have a big old bitmap saying which sectors are free, which clusters are free. And when you use one, you set it to 0, and when you free one, you set it to 1. Simple. But it kept crashing in specific weird instances, and the where it was crashing didn't make any sense. Because of what it was doing with the particular access it was having. We eventually figured it out, but it's wacky. So AMD64 introduced a new instruction, which is actually a really nice one. It's called BT, bit test. You give it a pointer and a bit offset, and it tells you whether or not that bit is on or off. Simple enough. The problem that we ran into was x86 allows you to do a lot of misaligned stuff. Most architectures, like if you're going to do a 4-byte read, it has to be aligned to a 4-byte. So 0, 4, 8, B. Yeah, or I forget the hex, but like it's got to be on 0, 4, 8, 12, or 0 again as the lowest nibble. Like MIPS requires this. I think certain other RISC architectures do. But x86 does not, because x86 is insane. So what would happen is, with misaligned BT instructions, what seemed to happen was that it would go and dereference an entire quad word. That's 8 bytes for those who are keeping track. Which is fine as long as it's quad word aligned. But the problem was the pointer wasn't quad word aligned. So instead what happened is it would try to read a quad word. That quad word would cross page boundaries, which is bad, because that would go into a guard page, because when you're dealing in operating systems, you don't want to do overreads or overwrites, so you go and add a little bit of space to make sure you don't. Yeah, so basically it was reading too much, and would cause the OS to do a panic. Because it didn't know what to do. It's like, well, you've asked for something that doesn't exist, but logically looking at the instruction, you didn't. So our solution to this was actually just to stop using the BT instruction on x64 and go back to using the standard method of dereference and then anding, shifting. I forget the exact thing, but there was another library function that did it. Did the thing we needed, and so we stopped using the intrinsic one and used the other library function. Problem solved. Never happened again. I imagine later they got to turn it back on, or possibly test it against specific things to make sure that that revision didn't have that problem, or maybe Intel might have done a microcode fix, who knows. But that was the end of the story for me. You know what? I got insanely lucky there. Okay. Yeah. When you really get down to the nitty-gritty, especially in modern computing, things get really weird. I'll read chat again in a minute. It just takes forever to do anything. And there's no downtime in this fight, really. I mean, except at the beginning where, you know, nothing matters. I still haven't determined whether or not this is distance-based, attack-based, or time-based. Nuts. Okay, we're in the sky. Boxo in the sky. What? What? What killed me? I saw nothing. It happened? Crap. What? Unless I can catch up. Feature bad, don't feature. Feature bad, yep. So did I win? Did I lose? What happened? I was too high and the loop happened? Ah! My entire plan for that section revolved around the idea of being up and avoiding him. Actually, about dying on the edge of the screen earlier. Yeah, that was when I was doing the other one. I wasn't dying, I was running into the faces because of an 8-bit check. And because it wrapped around, I ran into faces again. Alright, well I need a new strategy if that's gonna happen. Because, like, I felt like the entire point of that section was just to keep going as quick as possible. Nobody ran into it? I mean, if someone was gonna run into it, it would definitely be me. Just because. How close was I to killing him anyway? I didn't get to see... I guess I didn't pay attention after I was exasperated. Like, I feel I can still do this. I just need to not run into that. I'm not sure how not to, but, you know, that's the ball game. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's the same. Final phase, don't go that high up. I'm gonna try, but I really do feel like I needed to move at that speed for things to work correctly. Because it's scrolling. I'm not the one controlling the scroll. Almost got the duck in. Didn't need to jump. Didn't matter, but didn't need to. Just chill. Nope. You can't have a redeem thing be smiley face? I didn't know that. I don't know why. I do know that you tried to redeem with a period as the entirety of the message, it won't work. Max did that yesterday, it did not work. And by that I mean it ate the message, so I never saw it. Which is weird. Yeah, it probably thinks you're trying to type a command. Of some sort of magic command. I don't have any magic commands for adept period, though. But apparently Twitch does. Woe test? I am woe testing. I am testing all my woe. It's almost like a tale of woe. Yeah, I'm being penny wise and pound foolish here. Okay. Posted the layout out to my message. Interesting. But not to Twitch. I'll have to take a look at that in a moment. I don't think I fully grok it in the moment. Read Stranger in a Strange Land last summer. Now I use the word grok way too much. It's a weird fucking book. All about carefully watching the fireballs. Over that one. That's fine. Those two were both bullshit, but I can take that. Like, we do take those. No. We do not take those. No. I didn't think right. Message to my layup and not to Twitch. Interesting. I saw Woe Test go back in both places. It looks like it showed up in both places. But yeah, it's whatever comes across IRC. IRC is a perfectly cromulent bus. And Stranger in a Strange Land is still a really weird book. You're like, oh, it's gonna be like a sci-fi thing. It's like, no. It's about space Jesus cannibalism. That's even selling the book short. It's just that weird. And no, not the normal cannibalism where you eat drink the wine and eat the wafer. Much more explicit. Actually, like, explicit's not the right word here. But much more about eating people than transubstantiation. Da-da-da-da-da. Alright, here comes the flames. Should've just walked left, that would've been fine. Okay, I'm back. Okay, faces. I've got faces under control. I know exactly how to face my fear here. Face. Book. Faces of evil. Clock face. Oh, poker face. Yeah, I don't have any other better face references. Ace of face. Interface. This is in-your-face interface. Oh, Bender. How you inspire us all. Mostly in bad ways. Gonna keep redeeming ads until it does. And to face the consequences. How jank the looping code is, you're surprised the bug... Not surprised the bug exists, but you tried your hardest to fix it. Ah, okay. Fix it eventually. Seemingly. Yeah, the ad stuff is fundamentally fair. The way it works, and I really should check now because the number of ads has increased ridiculously to make sure it's still working properly. And probably just should change it to work properly now, to work differently now. But the way it works is it does a GET request for the next ad, and it services, in that GET request, it sends the IDs of all of the other ads it's seen, that it's played recently. And so then when it draws one from the database, it draws a brand new one that's not in that set. So it will go through all of them eventually. It's kind of like a list shuffle as opposed to regular old randomness. Because regular old randomness has some downsides. Okay, that was too close. That was absolutely too close. Please stop shooting the very bottom of the cloud. You are not helping. Faces, okay. I am getting more consistent at certain parts. Dang it. Well, I said certain parts, not this one. I have a strat that kind of works. I'm surprised I keep spending so much time getting hit. Yeah, I think getting a few preemptive hits in there is worth. In fact, it's already sped up. Okay, so it speeds up midway through. Call it a facelift. Bags and Tetris pieces to pull from in Guideline Tetris? Yes, absolutely. Same basic idea. It goes through all of them in a random order, and then reshuffles the bag. So it's possible to get 2 ads in a row, but it's very unlikely. There are 2 of the same ad in a row, except if someone's bought 2 of the same ad, in which case it's more likely, I guess. But, you know, I can't help that part. Ad spend be what it is. I wouldn't, like, recommend it, and I probably would be like, no, I don't really want to approve ads that are the same as ads that are already here, unless they have, like, new banners. Like, if Daizo made multiple rack banners, that'd be fine, but making, just uploading a second of the same rack banner would be, like, lame. I'd probably refund that if I could. I thought I heard myself get hit there, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, I heard myself get hit there, definitely. Faces! Face painting. Bound face. There was an interesting bit in one of the books. I've been reading Terry Pratchett again recently. And the Guild of Clowns and Other Performers is a kind of important thing in one of them. I wasn't ready for that. My new strategy is throwing off my old strategy. Because now, spit and fire more often. The transition here is really rough. Miss Project Wonderful. Project Wonderful was like the best ad system ever. It's a real shame it shut down. I guess my only complaint was like it did animated ads. I don't really care for animated ads, as has been demonstrated. Like if you upload an animated GIF, it turns it into a GIF. If you upload an animated PNG, it turns into a regular old PNG. That kind of thing. But that was my only complaint. Like, in general, it was nice. They were transparent about what they were linking to. They told you how much it would cost if you wanted to, you know, buy ad space on a given website. Like, it was actually just really nice. Simple in a small world. Nuts. What is the rack banner? Had a different link? Depends upon whether or not it's a different canonicalized link or not, I suppose. You just put out an ad for whatever you wanted. Yep. You could buy ads on any website that supported it, and it was nice. I would definitely do like some, look at this cat. This cat is amazing! Now you've seen it kind of ads. Or have you seen this cat? You have now! Yeah, I think it's how the meme goes. It's a pretty nice cat, though. Okay, I think it's time to drink more beverage. Alright. Perfect. Timing. I was saving that one for about 6 seconds ago. Bizarrely, me and Snyder were talking about dangerously named desserts. Yeah, no, there was. I saw a person in GlitchCat's channel. They were chatting, whose name is Mango Kangaroo, and I'm like, "Would you have Mango Kangaroo?" It's like, no, I think that the two flavors wouldn't go well together: raw meat and fruit. And I'm like, no, like if it was a dessert, like chocolate mousse. They don't put chocolate on mousse. Which led to, like, yeah, if there was any place that was going to make this particular dessert, it would be Outback Steakhouse, and they name their things ridiculous desserts. I'm like, yeah, like Chocolatiac Arrest, or This Brownie Might Kill You, which are both stolen from the Strong Bad episode Bottom 10. So we watched Bottom 10. Which is very amusing to me. Strong Bad still got some legs. Even in this modern world of TikTok. I saved it. I saved face. But yes, the era of Flash animation is so long gone. I do kind of miss, like, the interactivity aspect of some of the Strong Bad emails. Like, you'd always be looking for secret picture. You'd be looking for secret words that open up a picture or play a different animation. Like, there was a lot of good stuff in there that YouTube does not allow. It can't be reproduced on YouTube anymore because annotations are long dead. That's dead. So that works, but not that. Carrot Nose. Huh. Sounds like a podcast episode. Back when Homestuck's on hmst Adventures and the Flash page still work, now it's brought to you by Viz. Weird. I didn't know that. Viz is like the animation company? But yeah, those were also pretty suitably epic. The, like, Ascend and whatnot. Other things that were trying to kind of copy the same sort of formula with varying levels of success. Though Prequel came close. Like, Prequel Adventure's a lot of fun to read, when it updated 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Kazarad could actually keep up some sort of schedule. Visual's One Piece. Oh, right. Okay, that sounds... Yeah, that makes sense. How bizarre. How bizarre. Yeah, I tried reading Homestuck on 3 different occasions. I succeeded in reading all of it that was there once. I guess twice, actually. It went all the way up to Midnight Crew one time, and then that was where it was updating. Another time it just started the troll arc, and I'm like, that's great. I love the trolls so much. And then the final time I got to the scratch, and I'm like, I don't care enough to read more of this shit. And that was before it had finished, so I would have been annoyed anyway when it got to a point where I would have had to wait. I liked Problem Sleuth. Problem Sleuth ended. And was comfortable in its silliness. With busts of Snoop Dogg and whatnot. That was closer than I would have liked. Homestuck is your favorite anime. Small brain, skip to Act 5 for the trolls. Big brain, only eat it Act 1 for data struck jokes. You know what? I would say yes. I would in this day and age. If you're going to read Homestuck, just read the first act. You'll probably be happier. And the Midnight Crew section. The Midnight Crew section is fun. Because it's more like Problem Sleuth. But otherwise, you get to avoid the 5-dimensional chess, Parcheesi, Calvin Ball that became whatever the game was, I guess. Different era. And of course, I only ever read Problem Sleuth after it was part of a puzzle. Forget which Mystery Hunt it was. I think it might have been the one with the Minecraft puzzle that me and my buddies solved, sideways solved. You were supposed to do this like Stanley Parable thing, and instead we realized, because one of our friends had a really old version of Minecraft, that all of the construction out there to help with the puzzle was out there in the world and was manipulatable. And so we spent some time trying to reverse engineer it and basically figured out a 1-block change that nerfed both the thing that was checking to see whether or not you made any admin changes and opened the box that had the item in it. It was glorious. The real solution to the puzzle was to like identify some sort of ordering of Stanley Parable things. I don't remember. I only played the Stanley Parable relatively recently, and so when I read the solution, I'm like, this does not make sense to me, but that's okay, I didn't play the Stanley Parable. One dude was disappointed because his kid was working on the puzzle forward because he was a big fan of the Stanley Parable. And I'm like, yeah, this is how I solved it. Feel free to keep going. Because we definitely did not solve it legitimately. Dang it. It was partway through ducking. It's the ducking thing. It's really hard when he gets low. Oh, I'm alive. Cool. I would love to get here with more hit points. Oh, it jumped. End of Act 5 is probably the best piece media you've seen. Act 5, the trolls. I guess that you had mentioned it was the trolls. I vaguely remember some of it. But there was a point where I'm just like, I'm done. I'm done trying to read the troll language. I'm done with the weird inflections. I just couldn't do it anymore. There comes a point when you're like, am I really enjoying this? And the answer was no. Sometimes you just have to give up on something. If you're just not enjoying it. Especially if you're reading for enjoyment. It's not like I'm reading the Iliad for a class. There's one thing to say you're not liking you're reading for a class, another like, if you're reading for pleasure, no. If you're not having fun, then don't read it. Stop doing that. As long as 1 through 4 combined, Jesus. Hussey certainly... Hussey? However you pronounce his name. Certainly had his work cut out for him. So much stuff in there. I think the problem here is when you get down to it, the difficulty of this is mostly because each section is really long in terms of time you have to spend. It's not that any individual thing you're doing is hard, it's that you just have to maintain consistency for a very long time. And it's fair enough, like, you do get power-ups. As long as I don't get crushed by the ceiling, I guess. But it's very long. Like, I think that, honestly, when I'm successfully getting to, like, the other phase, it's like 3 minutes of gameplay. Like, I told the entire BT story in a single run. That's not it's not the Iliad, but it's not a short story. Still very grateful for the clue about how close I am to the next phase. Right here. See, I didn't bother getting on the cloud again, because I knew it was coming up. Okay, so, what have I not talked about? I never finished the thought about the clowns. One of the interesting things about the Guild of Clowns, in Discworld at least, is every clown has his or her own face. And in order to sort of trademark faces, which apparently also run in families and whatnot, they draw them on eggs. They empty out the bottom and then they put their makeup on to the egg. And this is an important detail in the story because it's kind of a police procedural thing. An important clue as to what the face on the egg was of a certain murderer was a important detail. Good books. I'm a big fan of Discworld. Currently working my way through Jingo, which has been interesting so far. A island has arisen somewhere nearish to Ankh-Morpork. I knew that was bad when I did it. And this has caused relation issues between Ankh-Morpork and Klatch, which is basically sort of an Arabic-ish country. Cliche-wise, at least. You know, curved swords, curries, what have you. Lamb kebabs. And right now, a important Klatchian dignitary has been injured by an assassin, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on with that. The clues right now, it looks like it was an inside job. But hard to tell. Mostly because I'm only halfway through. I'm also really not sure how the island stuff's going to end up coming into it. The way the Discworld books go, there's a bunch of different threads you can kind of follow, depending upon who you're a fan of. The original books follow... The original books aren't very good. The original books follow a wizard named Rincewind, who's not very good at being a wizard. He only knows one spell, and it's really big, and so that's why he only knows one spell. And the whole thing's kind of a big parody of other contemporary fantasy, but the problem is, parodies are only really funny if you know what they're parodying. And also, if you want to parody things well, you need to write them well. And while I do like Terry Pratchett, just the first few books are pretty rough. It was just kind of him learning how to write, because he was also pissed off at contemporary fantasy being kind of cliche-driven. But it got a lot better. So Rincewind's one thread, which I read the first one and never bothered to pick up the second one. Lipwood Von Moist was one of the last threads he came up with before he passed. There were 3 of those, going postal, making money, and raising steam. And I've only... Love going postal. I've read Making Money a couple times, but it's not quite as good. You can kind of tell that's around when the Alzheimer's are starting to kick in. There are certain things that are just not very interesting. The like big gotcha at the end is something that's really obvious, and it's not interesting. It's not a cool twist. It's very much a, yep, that's how this is ending. But other ones, of course, the academics. Loves making fun of academia. Who doesn't? And death. Death's personification exists in this world and has his own problems. Like, there's at least one of the books where he decides, I'm just not going to do my job anymore. I think he runs off to go work at a farm. And he has a daughter named Susan. And there's also death of rats, because rats die a lot, so they have a special death. I'm not really sure how that factors in, if there's other deaths of. But death of rats is also cute. The way it works is whenever Death speaks, he speaks in small caps. So, it at least makes for an interesting bit of typography. There's a couple other threads. My sister was telling me about, there's one that said of a YA thing about teenage girls solving mysteries. But I had not read it. She'd gifted a copy of one of the books in that thread to my younger brother. Because he wanted something specific. A specific example of sort of YA fiction. As he's been doing some writing. He sent me his book a few times. I need to start it. I think Conveniently, every time I've thought about it, he sent me an email saying, no, don't start reading it yet. I've gone and changed a bunch of stuff. Here's a new PDF. So far, I haven't had to. So I also picked up a non-fiction book, an actual physical book I want to read about dude being a park ranger in Arches National Park. One of the national parks I have actually been to. Nope. Bad jump. I've been to a few. Cascade and... what else, actually? What other ones? I've been to the Grand Tetons. Grand Teton National Park. But it's like a 1960s kind of book. Saw it in the used bookstore, I was like, why not? It's $5. It's the kind of book that once I'm done with it, I imagine I'm not going to put it on the shelf. I'm probably just going to find a tiny library and hawk it in one of them. Because while interesting, I don't think it's the kind of thing I'll probably revisit. It hasn't been 3 hours of fighting this boss. Oh, actually, no, it's been 3 hours of fighting this boss. Hi, boss. How you doing, Max? There was another boss, but I beat him in like 10 minutes. So it's been 3 hours of this specific boss, more or less. I think I enjoyed the first phase more. But it's just a long battle. I've gotten close to the end a couple times. I got squished once. And then I also lost my footing a second time when I got to the last phase. So I had like 2 or 3 instances of the last phase. Anyway, how you doing, Max? Yeah, basically. I had a strat that would have worked if it hadn't instantly killed me. I do kind of feel that after a certain point, if that happens to me again, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn on Always Cape, and I'm just going to bum rush this. Because dying to bugs multiple times is annoying. Because, like, I've almost earned it. I've been close. It's only a single bug. He's only mostly dead. But it's a long fight. Every instance of it is a very long bit. Honestly, I think you could probably cut the boss's health in half and still be a fun fight. Like, the various phases are interesting. They require different strategies. It's just, there's an awful lot of just waiting around. No, it's fine. It's fine. These things happen. More of a, if you put this on SMW Central, that's my easy recommendation. Don't worry about fixing the wrap. Just half his health bar. Well, the internal value of the health bar. Leave the health bar alone. The health bar is great. Why did I stand there? Issues that is tied to the existing health of Bowser, so you have to never... Ah, okay. Yeah, I guess it's a fair point if they're the exact same Uber ASM, or giant ASM file. There's probably a way to do it. I don't know what it would be. Make the bullets do twice as much damage. Only in this level. That kind of thing. The Bowser fight also is pretty trivial. Like, even if I hadn't done it the cheese way, it wouldn't have been that bad. It's basically the first phase of this fight without the stuff dropping on you. And the first phase, where he's just going up and down and throwing fireballs, is not that hard. Even if it was nerfed, it's also not that interesting. One of the reasons I felt okay about cheesing it, honestly. I don't know why I reacted to that. It's about half the time I need to react to that way. Would probably be the correct answer. Okay, onto the faces. Need to stop doing that too. feel like I walked into the fire that time. Okay. You know, thinking about this, I wonder if collectively this is the longest single amount of time I've spent in a single level. Kind of. Because, like, it's not really the single level, but you know what I mean? I thought I could jump over that. The reason I made it difficult was because you wanted to match the difficulty of Hwailalu's fight, because, yeah, it was hard on you. Second thing is you really wanted to throw in your own interpretation of the Bowser fight with added moving parts and looping. I mean, I think the concept's really cool. Yeah, like, again, it works well. It's just a long, long slog. But this is just me. This is just me. Like I said, next time I get to the... If I get squished again, I'm cheating. Like... There comes a point where even if you want a legitimate clear, you have to acquiesce to something. No, not should have being a game designer. Like, the design is cool, I think just the balancing. This is a case of, I think, just getting a bit more outside testing probably would have helped a bit. Testing is hard. And I'm a dumbass. But, like, I'd say if you cut out the phases where, like, you're just watching him go up and down. Like, the first one's important, but the one when you get over here and he's just going up and down, like, that's... I guess it's kind of useful. It's a god when you tested with this newly discovered just not being that high was avoidable. What you tested with this newly discovered, but yeah. I think I get. I think I get what you're trying to say. I think. Newly discovered bug that doesn't go that high, yeah. Because I legitimately thought that was the strat. It's like, okay, well, if I stay above him, then I'm always going to be safe. And that comes at the risk of just having to platform fast, which is a nice trade-off. And feels good about, like, the ascendingness of it. Because you're just going up, and that feels good as you're moving to space. Okay. Thought I could get away with that. Because your subscreen of math is on the player's Y position, you're moving up and down in the same frame. Because touching the ground gives you downward momentum. Moves you way too far. Okay. Oh, I see. Like in between subscreens. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. Oh, I also think I understand something else you told me that I didn't notice before. I thought you meant the second window. Not, it gets to the left half of the first window when it clears the right half of it, then it's done. But I'm getting tired. Only so much of a single boss. Alright. Okay, actually, you know what? Level with me. Roughly how much more of the hack is there? Like, I think I do need to make an executive decision at some point here. This is the final part of the final boss? That is exactly the question I wanted answered. I know there's at least one more level. I know there's something behind the VIP door, which I assume is going to be a silly cutscene. But that was an important thing to know. Because, like, if there's another phase to this, I need to skip this and go to the next phase. Like, just simply put, that I do not have time enough to deal with this for however long it's going to take. Possibly, if there was more to it. I did the same thing with the Mario Random Revolutions. I thought there was going to be another phase. Or another, like, huge boss. Or another something. And so I ended up cheating past it after a certain point. And then went back and tried to do it legitimately. And I did it kind of sort of legitimately. I eventually cheated myself 20 lives at the start of the last phase of the boss. Which, theoretically possible. I could theoretically get there with 20 lives. So it was theoretically doable. I was later informed by Anonzed, that spin jumping is the key to that fight, which I never did. Kind of like here, what not jumping into fireballs is the key to the fight, which I'm never doing. Oh, it's only 2 minutes in length? Okay. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Like, I've been fighting this thing forever. And I'm losing consistency. Not that I had a bunch in the end of the 4th phase. Or 5th phase. I cannot condone bouncing of the 3rd type. People tell the very same story. I did identify that there's a portion during the running section where he gets faster. And kind of assign that to a different phase. But I'm mostly just counting phases by the times they give me mushrooms. Thought it would go lower. Seven phases, but phase 7 is double the length. It's the exact same as Bowser's. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm losing focus. I'm losing steam on this. Okay. It's funny, when I beat the first boss, I really thought, I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be kind of short. I'm going to do other things tonight. But we now know that's not going to happen. But I am not disappointed. It's been interesting, at least. Like, there's a hard boss. It's fundamentally fair, though. There's, like, no real RNG element. It just takes a while to get through. Get through all of the furniture he's accumulated. Way too early on that jump. Just need to relax. Think of calm blue Bowsers. I'm incredibly glad I stopped at the boss prior. Like, my expectation is that each of those phases would take me about that long to get through, but getting through, like, the 3rd or 4th time... Like, the survival stages, honestly, were just a lot easier to deal with than, the, tossing of Goombas. Less to keep track of. Like, I can focus on just surviving and dodging various things, as opposed to having to focus on 2 things. Surviving and Goombas. Surviving and Goombas is, in fact, the name of my next album. Dropping on Spotify next week. Check out my SoundCloud. Oh, wait, faces. Go. He's dipping. Get him, he's doing his dips. He never skips leg day. In fact, that's Dio's major power, never skipping leg day. People think it's the time-stopping thing. It's not. It's never skipping leg day. Okay. Damn it! Almost immediately. Just be a little bit lower. That is indeed how I feel, and I'm glad it has been vocalized. I would do that, but my mic's tuned too high, so it would be really loud. And I never actually set up a top-level vocal gate, I don't think. Please don't let there be a way to die here. They are both very hard fights. They are both very, very hard fights. You can dive it as a checkpoint? Yes! I'm glad to hear it. I wasn't planning on it. We're going in. This better be a troll. There we go. Sorry, it's fine. Oops, Team Jank once again didn't have time to make the in-game credits. Yet. Wink wink, nudge nudge. But for those playing the questionable Question Hackjam version, have a funny. It's definitely a good thing that we at least have a text document with the credits this time. Smort. Mario is so bland. If only there was a subset of fans willing to create all things Nintendo's dare not do. Dares not do. Not even in Wonder or Odyssey. With Budget Cookie Monster, whose name I've forgotten. What? Questionable Hackjam? Oh, yep, not sure it was that. Arlo. Yeah, I do not know all of the assorted Muppets. I'm pretty sure it's this. Wait, this pipe only works in Purple Lands. Off to the Purple Lands. That was actually a YouTube? Really? Huh, that's cute. It does have a mimetic quality to it. Oops, I made another funny! Alright, so other than Hwailaluta's level, which works with this pipe, which takes you here to Eggland, if the egg floats, it's a bad egg. I'm an educated egg detector. Educated egg detector. How'd that go? What was the line? Educated egg decatur. What? Start, select, enabled? What the? Oh god! I've seen this gimmick before. Oh man. I'm just gonna run under the level. Goodbye, level. I'm not doing you. I'm just running to the end. I think I got hurt. I'm not entirely sure. I probably need to hit the retry button. That's a way to do it. Okay. Sprung. Okay. Oops. And then egg. Okay, I for some reason thought that would work differently. Oh good, I don't have to like run across every time. No one thought anyone would possibly die in that stupid of a manner. Yeah, thank you for the GG, Daizo, and I appreciate the apology. I definitely think that for releasing on SMW Central, you should probably nerf that, but I do appreciate. I don't think I should have spun. Probably going to. Yeah, I think it'd be for the best. I wonder what's in those doors. Ah. Interesting. Okay, I think I see what Hwailaluta was going for here. So get on egg. I don't think I need the egg. And then we go under the bird. And then we use the bird to get up to this surface. And grab top egg. Okay, well that answers that question. So I am doing it right. Tell you what to do with this level, despite how it attempts, it's not that obvious. I thought the big text telling you what to do would... I almost could have made it to the door. I may have to try that. Because I feel I can make it. There's probably something silly behind the door. Okay. Oh, no. Wait. It's hard to drop off the surface with the top egg. Keep the bottom egg alive. Okay. Fascinating. Okay. That's not the play. I kind of feel like the top egg has to survive too for some reason. That's a reset door? Aw, that's lame. It's probably used later, but I was hoping for something cool. Also, the level is different now. Oh, because that's moving level 3. Because the bomb keeps exploding. Oh my, okay, that's something that was not obvious to me. Oh. Okay. I think I get it. How do I keep it alive? If it... What am I supposed to do here? I need to ride this egg. Defend it with my face. I guess that's an option. Okay, what are my options? There's a Hwailaluta level. There might be something... It says spin. It's in the clear video? Okay, I might take a look at it. It's like, I'm not quite certain what the first move here is. It says spin. Like... Strikes me as that's like a really tight timing for the spin thing. Assuming it works the way I think it does, which... No guarantees. No. Where? Maybe I need to fall and spin there? But it's not long enough for the bomb. Okay. For this first step, I might need the video, because I'm not even sure what to do here. Don't spin there. Is it actually what I think it is? Let's find out. Just show the door. Okay. Just a reset door, right? Oh. Okay, I see. I guess my thought was this was going to be more of an auto-scroller type thing. And it is, but not in that way. And that's what the arrow is indicating. And now the bottom egg has died. Okay. I'm not usually a clear video kind of person. But no, yeah, I see what you mean about the indication here. Definitely a unique level. Whatever I can fault in Hwailaluta's design philosophy, he doesn't make things that aren't unique or interesting. This is definitely a weird amalgamation of different mechanics. Okay, there we go. Kept it alive. Grab top egg. Cool. Probably need the middle egg to live. So my guess is I use the middle egg to kill the Koopa. And then... well, that worked out. Sort of. Well, that sucks. You're gonna fail big. Oh. You know what? I'm just kind of happy I actually got the legitimate win on that boss. Despite all my grousing, I'm still very happy about that. Okay, gotta kill that early. Still would have had it that first time, not for the bug. Oh well. Okay, walk back, because I want to spawn the bird early, but not really do much with him. Running on scrolling layer 2 is weird. Just the bug is hate, yep. Satisfying to beat, and that's what you went for. I definitely was satisfied when I completed it. It definitely had the difficulty of a Dark Souls boss in some ways. Because I guess also similarly, like, Dark Souls is about consistency. Finding your opportunities for and times for hitting. I might be trying to stretch this analogy too far. Pufferfish. Okay. I'm just gonna ride on this part here and enjoy the garbage that's right here for a minute. I'll get crushed in a moment, but we can live it. Super seamless way, yeah. There was no point in like Dark Souls where I'm like, that's complete bullshit. It was always, well, you know, I just didn't do the right thing. Or occasionally, I don't know the right, or I don't know this thing or that thing. Like sometimes the boss would do like a wacky attack, and I'm like, what the hell does that do? The dragon, especially, the DLC dragon, was a weird one. With its pick you up and break your ears attack. I can say I did not enjoy that aspect of the dragon. I did like beating the dragon way faster than Fries did, though. But I fully admit, it was a little bit of... there was a lot of BS luck involved. Okay. What? Oh, nuts. Alright, well... that didn't help. Talking about Dark Souls, and the fact that I beat the DLC dragon in like 2 hours. Less than 2 hours. Which did not make you a happy camper. Wait, I forgot what I was doing. Don't cook floating eggs. I'll try to avoid it. I usually throw out eggs before their sell-by date or best-by date. Because I just don't like eggs that much. I like them enough, but I go through like egg phases where I'm like, I want an egg. Like, I've got a couple eggs in the fridge. I should eat them because I don't want them to go rotten. I bought them to make cookies. And like, I only needed 2 eggs out of the 6 I got. That didn't help. So my plan tomorrow is in fact to make eggs and then get tacos later. Because my buddy, who finally moved back to Seattle after some number of years and said we could get tacos, has not successfully delivered tacos. having tacos. I was trying to die. Brings eggs and insists on 12 when you only need 6, 2, yeah. I always buy them in 6s, even though I don't really like the brand. But yeah, I would definitely prefer to buy things in much smaller quantities. Like, I don't need a loaf of bread. I'm only one person. I don't like bread that much. I just want to make, like, 2 sandwiches. Like, if I was feeding, like, a bunch of children at a Dickensian workshop, I'd need that much bread, but I'm not. I'm just one person who wants a little bit of bread. I want to make a grilled cheese sandwich and, like, a peanut butter and jelly, and then I'm done. Bread goes in the freezer? I don't know about that. I've had enough fridge bread. It always gets stale. One of those things I'm happy about as an adult. I never have to drink freezer milk ever again. Because that was a thing that we did as kids. It was when milk was cheap, would buy it and put it in the freezer. Well, that didn't help. Try to say if I place them in a jar of water, if they float, they're bad. You've eaten 1-month-old eggs? Huh. Well, also, you're, like, in Europe. They do eggs differently there. So this bears repeating for people who aren't familiar with this, but in Europe, they don't wash the membrane off the egg. So you can actually keep your eggs at room temperature, which in America you can't do because they have the membrane washed off. So we have to refrigerate them. Dang it. And in fact, that is what the level's called, yeah. So it's one of those weird things that's just different between America and Europe. And probably other places, I imagine. I don't know. I have no idea what they do in Japan. I've never bought an egg in Japan. I never had a reason to buy an egg in Japan. So stupid. I think consumers like those nice pure white eggs. Or brown or whatever color. I'm not sure. Oh, I didn't mean to grab that. Well, mistakes were made. But yeah, it's a choice. I think after this attempt... Alright, after that attempt, I think it's time for a quick stretch break. I'll be right back. Yep, it should say BRB, but it doesn't. Oh, probably because layer 3 is in use. That makes sense. Like your eggs, like you like your chicken? Fried and chlorinated? In that order? Because I think chlorinated then fried tends to taste better, but that's just me. It's one of those things I'm just not sure if I should care about it. Like, we use chlorination. We're constantly drinking chlorinated water. If they chlorinate the chicken, does it really matter? If it kills things, that's probably better? I don't know. Some people do wash their chicken, but it's not advised by the FDA. Mostly because it likely will spread germs into other parts of your kitchen. Well, this is over. Down I go. Like, giving your chicken a good bath and something tasty, though. Like buttermilk brining a chicken. That's good eats. Oh, I'm out of lives. Whoops. These things happen. I didn't save. No! Oh, shit. Wait, why didn't it prompt me to save after beating the level? I'm a dumbass. Alright. We're cheating. We are so cheating. We are so cheating. Alright, let's see if this crashes. Anything. Well... That's not how this is supposed to work. Let's not load that. It's silly. Okay, if I duck, I can do this. X or Y is always pressed. That makes sense. Easy solutions. Easy solutions. Are you? The nice thing about having the code lying around is I can just change it. There we go. I'm invincible now. See? Completely invincible. Dio, you may have the ability to stop time and shoot fireballs out of your mouth, but I am completely invincible. I can just enjoy the fight. It's true. I've put it on easy mode. Diamond Unbreakable. Oh man, what stand would I want to have? Like, they're all named after, like, classic rock bands or specific songs. Like, Killer Queen, I think, is one of them. And I think, is that an album? I know it's a song by Queen, but I don't think it's an album. No, yeah, Killer Queen is by... Maybe I'm wrong, actually. Chill Mode? I was trying to think of what they would actually call it. I remember, like, the lead, like, what would they call it in Doom or Duke 3D? Like, Don't Hurt Me? Actually, yeah, Don't Hurt Me. Okay, so the rules for stands are they can be any sort of rock band-ish or pop group-ish song. I'm trying to think of an appropriate Blue Oyster Cult song. In this case, Don't Fear the Reaper would be a pretty good appropriate stand for Tano BOXMAN. Because of obvious reasons. Fire in the Sky. Oh, I like that. Smoke on the Waters, I think that's a good one for him. Oh! Some stupid with a flare gun still fell down. Actually, it works on more levels. Some stupid with a flare gun burned the place to the ground. This isn't exactly a flare gun, but it's kind of close. And based upon Tano BOXMAN's reading comprehension here, I don't think we can call... I think it's perfectly appropriate to call him some stupid. I mean, basically it comes down to, am I paying attention to what I'm doing? If the answer is no, then it's still a problem. I was trying to read chat and jump ledges. It was not a smart move. Like, every time I did that part, I could not read chat. I could kind of read chat in some parts of this, but not here. Actually, basically, outside of Phase 1, not really at all. So, it's on me for trying. Look, invincibility doesn't mean that you're completely and utterly invulnerable to everything, right? Like, even if you're invincible, Dio could just, like, freeze time and stick you in a giant box somewhere. In fact, case in point. So, one time we were playing D&D. We had this plan to go raid hell. And, you know, we're playing 4E, so everyone's pretty dang badass. Ranger can shoot, like, 1 billion arrows a turn. I'm a warrior. I'm basically invulnerable. And I'm attacking everything with my sword all the time. But he's a Lich. And the way the Lich thing worked in 4E is you have a constant aura that does 5 necrotic damage. Except if you're near the Celestial Plane, in which case it does 2. He would frequently say, 2 damage! Like the kid from Better Off Dead. But, you know, our plan worked out pretty well, except for the fact that, you know, our Lich got captured. Which is a problem, because Liches in general can be invulnerable as long as you keep their phylacteries away from general sight, somewhere safe, as long as they let them die. So, in this case, invulnerability didn't really help him much. It's really hoping I don't skip this. So it's one of those, there's always a better superpower kind of things. Not quite the same. And so, our super-powered BOXMAN made it to the VIP pass for a second time this evening. Sinistar screen, but just extended. Ah, okay. I haven't played Sinistar in a long time. I think the last time I interacted with Sinistar was when I played challenges. Look at that! What's up, Zuccotti? Came in just in time to watch me cheat my way past the boss. Let's go back to where I was supposed to be. There's a song I Am Sinistar off the album I Am Sinistar by the musical artist Furries in a Blender that is quite good. It's also free because they went and put all their stuff online for free, and because they're a weird electronic artist, they have like 1 million different names for various types of music they put out. Yeah, I beat the boss legit, which reminds me I should unload always cape. Yep, and then let me go over here and fix always cape so it does caping things as opposed to embiggening. And there we go, problem solved. But yeah, I did beat the boss legitimately. I just got into Hwailaluta's level and then didn't have enough lives, so I died. Because I wasn't paying attention. But why didn't he drop anything? Everything's wrong! Yeah, instant retry with lives is one of those things that just kind of throws you off. Especially if you burn the HUD. You know what? I think the problem was probably that it came in big. Nope. Yes. Dang it, I wanted to jump and I didn't. Yeah, especially with no HUD. It's one of those things I just cannot advocate for. Like, instant retry with lives is just one of those, like, this is a trap. It's just a trap. And egging me on. This ASM that, like, latches the entire layer to a specific sprite is still really cool. I remember what the name of the hack that did that in the name of the level in QLDC last year that did that. Because it was a really cool level. Nope. Whose decision was it to have a no HUD and live still going on? Not realizing it. Things for the next release. Like, ultimately, despite all my grousing, and I don't think there's been that much grousing except for that boss and Hwailaluta's block ladder, I think for the most part, my grousing has been kept to a minimum, which I feel good about. You know, these are made under time pressure. Not everything's going to be perfect by a long measure. There's going to be oversights, there's going to be testing issues, because, like, your pool of testers gets smaller every time you do something. Especially when possibly some of the people you might have asked to test are judges for the contest. That kind of thing. Sprite HUD or disabling lives when there's no HUD. I think that's wise. Nope. Missed the bus. So in Mario 1, you can only ever beat the level every 6 frames. We call this missing the bus. Well, I did the right thing, and then I did the wrong thing. 21 frames? Yeah, it's been a while since I've watched Fabian's video on this. I started watching the Invisible Wall video that the A-Press guy put out, whose name I kind of don't remember well enough to say it. Henin something. But it's like 3 hours long! To be fair, I'm willing to bet it's going to be an enthralling 3 hours. But also, I don't think I've ever run into an invisible wall in Mario 64. I just haven't played enough Mario 64 for it to happen. I've always thought it'd be fun to, like, get into Mario 64 hacks. But I just haven't done it. Henin Kook 20... I don't think Kook is quite right. But it's close. It's close. But yeah, this is was a surprise because it's a fully voiced video, and dude ain't done that kind of thing since the A-Press video. And then he wrote a really long thing about how the A-Press video got him into depression and stuff. It was not an easy read. But just because you want it to be absolutely perfect and something and other things, and you know how that goes, kind of. So really surprised to see another, like, actual... Way too late. What? Complete... No! Bizarre. Koek? Pen and Koek, thank you. Thank you, Max. I kind of wonder what that name comes from. It's an odd name in my mind, but I wonder if it just happens to be like, I don't know, Polish or something. That didn't work. Can I die by running into a wall? Nope. A lot of 3D visuals and diagrams. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, the most recent one with all of, like, the world being outlined in walls, ceilings, floors. Looked at that and I'm like, that's a lot of effort. Grab top egg. Top egg. Dang it. Expand the hack a bit, taking in feedback from the judges, the ones that are actually useful and not just this hack clearly wasn't for me and I'm not going to play it anyway, so I shouldn't have... I don't think anyone's going to give you quite that level of feedback. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. Or quite that specific kind of feedback. No, Amethyst already did? Alright, fair enough. I don't know Amethyst all that well. So... This is a general rule I want to... okay, well that's a problem. Oh, it's an actual name. Daizo lore, Anorakun design. Oh, well. Oh, pancake. Oh. That looks really tasty, honestly. Dutch pancake redirects here for thicker pancakes. See Dutch baby. I know about the Dutch baby. I've never heard of this. This sounds really tasty. I would totally eat this. Buckwheat flour? This sounds good. I would eat this. I would totally eat this. Let's see, does Lude explain invisible walls very calmly and then show a speedrunner hitting a wall and boosting? Shit. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd also be pissed if I was on a good run in that. Oh, hey, I survived. I'll think about what to say, but honestly, yeah, that's true. Not for you. Makes sense. Makes sense for some people. Some people do not like Daizo core stuff. Fortunately, I do. I like weird little plot. And honestly, I don't really mind Anorakun design. Like, I think the levels I played, I had fun. One of those, like, maybe I need to play as full hack to understand in all its glory. French dish. I guess a morsel isn't really a French dish, but I'm pretty sure morsel as a name is French. And morsel might be French, because no one really knows. Pulled his punches a lot and respect him for doing that. Yeah. Now, I guess I just need to actually play something that he's made proper. Like, because I looked at my list of YouTube videos, because I keep a pretty decent accounting of everything I've done since 2011-ish. The beginning of 2011-ish. Because that's when I introduced my auto cutter system. And so I have VODs of everything I've done on YouTube. Not necessarily publicly accessible, but they're all on YouTube up to a point. And they usually have useful metadata, such as who made it. With a few rare exceptions. I guess maybe QLDC stuff might not have the best metadata. And I didn't finish all the QLDC things either. But, like, the only thing I could find that I'd played of his before this was a WLDC level, which certainly was difficult, but wasn't bad. It was fun. Get the egg? Can I get the egg? I can get the egg. I don't know what I was thinking, but that's probably okay. Egg keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping. I have no idea what to do now. Not there. What? What was the point of that? Probably need to hit that. Probably need to hit all of these. I can't hit that upper bird, and I've probably made my life worse. Don't spin jump there. Bunch of TikTok clock pass testing when there's so many invisible walls getting your way through the whole stage. You never know with games like that. Neither you nor Aura made Amethyst quit. There's the gun area in Liminal Mall. Really? It wasn't the gun, it wasn't the wall, was it? Or was it earlier? I'm mildly surprised. Like, I respect quitting at the wall. The wall, I did beat it. I have my beefs with it, but I did beat it legitimately. But I'm going to be honest, if you hadn't been in chat and told me how to beat it, I probably would have cheated. So. Anorakun reported all gripes to the team. Okay. Fair enough. Or gripes. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I'm like, Anorakun's gripes? I was briefly confused. Wait, nope. Bad egg. Thought it was a different person involved somehow. Where's that second bomb coming from? Can't brain at 3 a.m. Happens to the best of us. Or can't gender at 3 a.m. May also happen to the best of us. Like you spent 3 hours watching me and listening to me talk about nothing while trying to beat a boss. Could be mind-numbing. I mean, something, but nothing important. His shared gripes. Yep. Maybe I should take a trip. Actually, you know what? Daizo, could you do me a favor? Why do I need that? I can just do this. This is silly. I don't have to favor when I can just look. 72, okay. No danger. Let's be smart. All share gripes, so nobody shares their grapes. It's true. My nephew definitely does not want to share grapes. Standing on a bullet, and I walk right into it. Trying to think of anything else at this point. Anything else I've been thinking about recently. That's actually important. No, there's just not much. What's up, Mixer? How you doing? You missed 3 hours of nothing. Oh, I was gonna talk about eggs! You reminded me. Eggs! You know what's bullshit? Medium eggs. Not over medium or like cooked to medium. No. Medium eggs. The size of egg. Who wants a fucking medium egg? No recipe demands a medium egg. Like, I've never seen any use case for a medium-sized egg. It's always large or extra large or something else. Medium as a type of egg may as well not exist. But for some reason, they sell them, even though they're completely irrelevant. My brother bought some medium eggs a while ago. We were going to make potato salad. We had to go get more eggs because it turns out that when you buy enough medium eggs to make potato salad, you haven't bought enough eggs to make potato salad. Because medium is not the right size. Grab. I needed that egg step. At work, tired as fucking sleepy, fair. Every recipe ever asked for large eggs? Yeah, large or extra large. One portrait you had to change in Caveman, so you didn't realize the person you portraited recently transitioned, and people who saw the portrait worried. Didn't be wanting reminded. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Especially for a hack you haven't released yet. For some, like, older hacks, where the, you know, there's a picture, it's, you know, from like 2000, the hack itself is from like 2021 or whatever, and they transition like 2023. Slightly different case, but yeah, it makes sense just to fix it up. Wait, where am I? Not done at work till 9 a.m. You won't be home till 10 due to drive times and getting home. Oof. My condolences. You've still got a bit to go, assuming... I think you were in Mountain Time, right? There's still quite a bit to go. Careful. I think the answer right here is just scrolling. Like, as long as I scroll that forward, I don't have to kill the critter, and that just makes it easier. This egg, then on that egg. Chill on this egg. Go up. Get the mushroom. Mushroom. Okay, now the hard part. Don't die to bird. Bird gate. Well, it's close to what I wanted. Okay. Oh. That's better than ever. Yeah, Mountain Time. Fair game. Is a YouTube video this stuff up? Yeah, I can see it. Before you were made aware and changed to something else. I like it. Start work at 11 p.m. Not over it yet, just want to go to bed. I get you. Well, hopefully it goes quick. I've been lucky recently that certain changes in company policy have resulted in me no longer having to wake up early for meetings. It's been nice. It won't last, but it's been nice. In fact, I'm going to message my boss about maybe moving it backwards a bit because it's not working well for him. It's working great for me, but not working well for him. He was supposed to show up to the daily stand-up, because usually we need someone to lead it, and he's the only one nowadays. So me and another coworker show up, and then nobody, just us. So we sit there for like 15 minutes doing nothing. I'm hosed. And then after a few minutes, I'm like, I just don't think he's going to show up. Standard, like, college rule. Prof doesn't show up in 15 minutes, go home. So we left. We just left the meeting. That was it. Went back about our business. Help finish up a PR of his. It was fairly simple. I got one. The one I was actually going to do after. The one I did after the stream last night I got done. So it wasn't that bad. Didn't take that long. Adding the logging will actually help us debug our call stuff. Okay. Drop down 1 egg. Drop down 2 egg. Ascend. There's not a lot of time to read chat during this because of egg time. That's still the most evil part of this. Shoved his MVP because she beat the whole final level twice for this hack. Yeah, I saw that. Rough things to do. Left your last job because you were sure you didn't want to deal with a lower back injury? Oh yeah, definitely not. Your security now? Some of the sites you're on literally are in rich neighborhoods where nothing happens. It's easy money. The character's Big Tooth. I could see that. I'm still not exactly sure what he is beyond Tano Boxman. I think that's just what he is. He's just kind of like one of those characters in one of those shows where like all the characters are some other like weird thing that they never explain. Like in Gumball, right? Like everybody is some sort of like anthropomorphic animal or like sometimes just a big hand. Or a claymation thing and there's no explanation for it, just is. He's like Domo. He's a Domo. Makes sense to me. Yeah, security work I hear can be kind of boring, but definitely not a big problem. People just want peace of mind. And other people are perfectly happy to sell it to them. Just scroll it forward. Don't need to mess with him. I do think that what I'm doing there is probably cheese, but I also know that Hwailaluta would appreciate that I found cheese, if that was indeed cheese. Gumball's a trip. Yeah, I've only ever watched a couple episodes, namely the one that was, they had the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared people on to come do some puppetry stuff. I guess also I watched the episode where they stand in line for tickets for Star Wars. That was weird. Okay, I have the egg. Down. Grab. Okay. Ah, no! There was literally only one way to fail that! And I found it! 3 different solutions there. Got him! Yep. There was literally only one way to fail, and I found it. I feel like I found the easiest solution. I'll have to watch the clear video afterwards to get a better grasp of it. Of course he put it there to troll people. This surprises me not. In the slightest. Absolutely what Hwailaluta would do. Get to the end of a hard section, and bam, here's one small thing you didn't do right. Now you're dead. And I like it because it's also a Mario 2 enemy. Like, that's the part that makes me happiest about it. Everything here is Mario 2 themed. No Koopas. No Goombas. Just the weird birds. Which have a name I don't remember. Shot you ever beat a Hwailaluta thing? You know, now I'm thinking about it, I wonder how many things I've actually beaten by him legitimately. I semi-legitimately beat the QLDC level. I think there came a point where I'm like, I don't know what to do here. I guess he gave me advice. I'm going to call it that. I don't think I had to cheat except to get back to the boss at one point after I failed something. But I'm not really sure I cheated at all. But, oh, the bottom thing died. Omez 3 all in post-game. Yeah, let me check this. I'm curious now. Easy enough to look up. Description, value, Hawaii. That's weird. Must have spelled it differently somewhere else, because all it's coming up is other things. Alright. I must have misspelled his name in the QLDC stuff. I can't find it. That's weird. I will be looking that up shortly. It happens. I discovered a really bad typo in one of the VODs I put out while I was on the East Coast. I played this weird roguelike, not roguelike, played this weird Metroidvania game that was patterned after this specific like Slavic folk hero who actually existed apparently, whose name is Janosik, or Janosik, depending upon which language you're going to be talking. But yeah, I played it, and then I realized after the fact, I'm like, why can't I find this VOD? I had accidentally named the VOD JANK Nosik, which is wrong. That is completely incorrect. I felt very silly. No! Egg. So hard, even his name is hard? Yes, exactly. I think I might have tested something about Toadette's Kaizo Tuesday for like a minute. Like, this sure boots on SD to SNES. I assure you this works. Insofar as I've tested. This one screen. Yeah, I'll have to sort that out, because I know I know that I've uploaded at least 2 VODs of QLDC stuff that he put out. The first one was the really long level that he made for QLDC. I don't think very many of the judges finished. And then the other one being the other long level he put out for QLDC last year, not the first one. Oh yeah, and also for the 72 hour, I definitely played the scrolly level. That was a trip. Okay, hop down. Grab egg. I'm gonna let the porcupine pass. Grab drop. Okay. I kind of feel like that might have crushed me. Okay, I dropped down. It was scary. But nope, it's done. Good start. Explains things. Head judges quit on stuff before makes sense. Beating the game. Yeah, I won. His level in 72-hour QLDC was one of the few I busted out save states for. Oh, what's this? Home of a Yakuza. Azoid and Odev. Congratulations! You've beaten pretty much the entire game, assuming you found the hidden exit on the overworld, which I did, because I had reading comprehension. That sure is Yakuza. A Yakuza member started all this, but he couldn't be around to finish it. He's still alive, but mental health comes first. Thank you. I think I know what this is about. And I understand. I've beaten the game. Holy cow. Got that thing with my middle finger where it kind of hurts. Alright, so final question before we move on, Daizo. Is there anything else I should go look for? Are there any, like, portraits or other weird thing that I may have missed that you would be aware of that I should take a look? So we went to the robot's bedroom. We've seen the home of a Yakuza. There remain other questions. There's one portrait. Okay? I'm intrigued. It's in the Tano Boo level. I'm less intrigued, but we're going for it. I make bad decisions. Oh wait, does it come through this one? How do I get out of here? Into a pipe. Oh, I go through this pipe. I had to think for a minute. The large world map. He switched through the pipe. He switched through the pipe? Interesting. So I use the P-switch at the pipe, is what you're saying. Okay. In the interest of my interest... Hey, nope, you don't look at me. Go in the pipe while the P switches it. When the P switches the tile below... Yeah, I'm just gonna cheat. That was the plan. Completely the plan all along. Like, we're not doing this again. I mean... Look at it, it's so silly. See, the cape is an updraft. It's helping us go up. One minor problem with my good plan. One minor issue is you drop shit. You drop shit when you get hit. Alright, so... What's the quickest way for me to do this? Actually, you know what? Easier solution. I swear, between these two cheats, everything just works so much better. There appears to be some stuff on the graphics 0 or something or other. Does not like this. Doesn't surprise me, but it doesn't like it. Okay. Go in the pipe when the P-switch is at the tile just below the pipe. You mean the far switch? Or... oh, the other pipe, right. That makes far more sense. You step on the pipe on it to get in the pipe. What? So, like, get in the pipe. Oh, it disappeared. Wait, what? Wait, P-switch, what are you doing? Is this supposed to happen? I got the P-switch back. Go in the pipe. I made this 10. I got the P-switch back, okay? Oh, I see what you mean. Alright, fine. Simple solutions. Just do a lap, it'll be easier. You activated my trap card. Yeah, I don't think Cape was ever used in this hack, and I'm kind of grateful, honestly. Okay. Go in it while it's at the tile below. So basically, those are real Cape frames. They're just not in the right place, I guess. Go in a pipe when the P-switch is at the tile just below the pipe. So I've placed this P-switch here. I should try to go in the pipe now. There's no way anyone would have found this if this is the case. But I just turn it on. You kick it up too, though. This might work. I don't think I understand. So I kick it up and try to enter the pipe? Oh, wait. Seriously? Oh, like you would have to do this small. That did not work. Can I do this as the boo? Nope. Trying to remember if you could enter sideways pipes. No, you still need the... Activate P-balloon? I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that. Let me take a look. P-balloons are weird. Trying to remember if I have something to actually do that. Is it bug? If Max was still around, it'd be easy to ask him. He would know. Balloon? Balls. Nope. Man's left balloon. Man's best balloon. Actually, this might work. Let's just do this. Apparently this does not work. Oh god, the big one's even worse. So I'd need to be able to, like, jump into this. I thought of that, Max. I always think of that before turning it on. In fact, admin only should really turn on enable too, but I don't have a lot of options. Try water. Can't hurt to try. Let's disable balloon. We could also do LDA 6, store it to 70, and then set those to 0, which is just teleport code. Oh yeah, I did have that working once. Donut, I got to use it to be part of Donut's QLDC level. Yeah. Let's see. Well, this will work easy enough. Right. 76, value 6. At the end of the stream... Oh, thanks for subbing, Suak. How you doing? 88, 0, 89, 02. Really good timing. Really good timing. That should solve it. Bam! Solved. Problem solved. That didn't do what I expected it to do. Keep streaming. I'm hoping. Not 76, maybe 71. Let me look in my notes, because I have some of these open somewhere. I don't have 76. 71 is player mode dispatch. 71, okay. There we go. There is no way anybody would have found this. But that's cool. Papyrus, thank you. Man, my brain is not working well. We found him. We found Papyrus. Papaya piss. Why not? Oh, that was the third one. There are 3 fruits that are all consonant. Papaya, banana. Oh, I forgot what the third one was now. Dang it. Oh well. So much for that riddle. It's probably for the best. Alright, let's go. Let's go back to the world map. We've seen everything. We've boxed, we've manned. We've man-boxed. We tax-manned. Let's go stand right here. I feel like this is the spot to stand. But we're done. We've completed it. There is no more. That's all there is. There isn't.